It's time to say yes. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's Secretary of State Antony Blinken's message to both Israel and Hamas trying to broker a ceasefire in Gaza.
This is a decisive moment. Probably the best, maybe the last opportunity to get the hostages home.
Blinken just met in Israel with the prime minister, but Hamas claims Benjamin Netanyahu put new conditions on a ceasefire proposal it cannot accept. Ukraine keeps pushing deeper into Russia, destroying 2 bridges in a counter-invasion, taking out supply lines for Russian troops.
For almost 2 weeks, Ukraine has taken the fight to Russia, with forces pushing over the border into Russia itself. For the first time, President Volodymyr Zelensky has explained why. He says his troops are creating a buffer zone to, in his words, destroy as much Russian war potential as possible.
As Fox's Jonathan Savage, Democrats get the spotlight this week. Their convention starts today in Chicago, where Fox's Jared Halpern reports.
Before July 21st, this convention was all about electing President Biden to a second term. Instead, the president will address delegates tonight before spending the rest of this week in California. In his keynote speech tonight, President Biden is expected to warn of a threat to democracy posed by former President Trump and why his partner, Vice President Kamala Harris, should be the next president.
Now, to counter the Democrats, former President Trump and running mate J.D. Vance will travel to battleground states. There will be a Trump rally in York, Pennsylvania this afternoon. House Republicans have just released a report this morning in the impeachment inquiry into President Biden and his alleged role in his family's business dealings while he was the vice president.
And they said their investigation found that President Biden engaged in impeachable conduct and said he abused his office and, quote, defrauded the United States to enrich his family.
As Fox's Brooke Sigmund, Democrats have called the impeachment inquiry a sham, a political stunt with no evidence of crime. America's listening to Fox News.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Todd, Rhino, and Los. On Monday, we made it to a weekend. Gonna have a great week this week. Unless you watch the DNC, probably not gonna be a good week. You know, I mean, you got crazy people spouting communist ideas, and then actual communists out front. I think over 150 plus, organizations going to be out there rioting and picketing and protesting because the communists inside are not communist enough for the people outside. I mean, that's what we got to look forward to this week.
Remember when they boarded up all the businesses around the RNC in Milwaukee? No?
No.
Oh.
It's funny you bring that up. My wife said last night as we were getting ready to go to bed, and I was just kind of reading and telling her about what was coming, and she was like, did they do that at the RNC? And I was like, you know what? They didn't, honey.
No.
They didn't.
No, sure did not.
And she was like, why wouldn't they protest the RNC even more than the DNC? Don't they all kind of agree? And I was like, well, one's communist, but the others are saying they're not communist enough. So that's where things have run aground.
It's really all it comes down to is, I'm mad at you. Well, why? Because I'm more communist than you. And you're in charge. And then whatever happens is that the revolution, because it never ends, is that the more communists go after the lesser communists. That's all.
That's it.
All the time.
It's called the DNC.
It sure is.
I'm telling you, man.
It's going to be a mess. I mean, the honest truth about it was last night, they're saying over 100,000 protesters or domestic terrorists, depending
paid
on
agitators.
Paid agitators.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Have fun with all that.
Yeah, get a week in Chicago. You'll love it.
Go ahead. You already know that they are light on police, so that's in your favor. they've boarded up all the places that you'd like to loot, but you got plenty of spray paint and plenty of things to break into. They put walls up around the DNC.
And are requiring IDs.
Wow.
Interesting.
What a bunch of
freaking racist
extremists.
MAGA extremists building
asking
walls.
for IDs, building walls.
Keeping people out? Good Lord. What is going on? I mean, how backwards can things possibly be? I mean, they look really, really backwards at this point.
This is a star-studded event for the DNC. I mean, they need this really, really badly, and they have a lot of big speakers, and they're going to get it. I think it's a disaster for them, and I think I'm glad they didn't pick Atlanta now.
Me too.
I am really glad they didn't pick Atlanta now, because I would hate to be wrapped up in this and having this being done to our city.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how much is reported on what's going on the periphery, what's going on outside. Because I fully expect that you are going to have the media silent in terms of you'll get a little bit of amidst the protest, the DNC is going on, but I don't believe they're going to show what's going on actually outside that facility.
No, I don't think they will either. And Mayor Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, he said this is a privilege.
A privilege.
Having these protests is a privilege,
An absolute privilege.
Well, look, I guess. I mean, however you want to spin it, sir, but the cleanup's not going to be a privilege. That sounds like it's going to be a lot of work.
I think Lori Lightfoot's like, man, I'm glad they got me out of here. I am so glad they got me out of here for this further left socialist and Brandon Johnson. Yeah, I mean, his idea is that, it's a privilege because it allows these young people to use their voice, to tell the people what they're upset about. They're upset that Jews are alive. Is that really what you want? Let's not forget what they're doing in the streets. This is the group that calls the other ones extremists, and they're calling for the genocide of all Jews to be marched from the river to a sea. They want to throw Jews into the sea. That's what they're marching for. That's what that chant stands for. And this is the party of hate, and their own people are coming to show their hate live in front of the entire world.
Pro-Hamas, anti-Israel protesters, it's a privilege to have them. When I heard him say that, I was like, man, that is some pander there. I mean, you are taking an obvious negative and trying to put some sort of positive spin on it. And the crazy thing is these people are anti-American. They, as you said, they hate Jews. They hate America. They want to burn things down and break windows. And as Lo said, the mainstream media, by and large, won't report on it. Thankfully for X, a.k.a. Twitter, people will be able to share everything that's going on. You will get to see it if you choose to. All you have to do is choose to do it. If you watch the networks, you won't see anything. But if you choose to find out what's going on, you can. It'll be available to you.
Yeah, you'll have the journalists that'll be around that place that'll be telling you about what's going on and what they're up to, but you're never going to watch this on CBS. MSNBC is not going to cover any of this stuff. CNN is going to tell you, everything's rosy, everything's great.
Well, it depends. It depends how much destruction's done, whether or not CBS, ABC, CNN, and the other networks will be forced to show it. Because if they start tearing up the city, if they start destroying their lives, you would assume they would. Because we've seen it in the past. I mean,
what does Antifa do?
Yeah, that's what they do. So you know that's happening.
Yeah, Tiger doesn't change its
stripes. If they set the Willis Tower on fire, then it'd be hard not to report on that.
Right. So they may be forced into it, you know? And depending on how many police get hurt or what kind of brawls there are in between the police, we may see it like we saw some of the college campuses protests. Remember, these are the college kids who are their last little summer fling. Here we go. They're going to go destroy another city. I do find it funny, too, because I listened to one of the organizers of this event speak. And you know what he called the vice president?
Comrade.
No, Killer Kamala.
Yeah, I did hear that.
So as much as Brandon Johnson says that he's happy to have them, if somebody were to call her by, I don't know, mispronounced her name, they'd be the most racist, disgusting people. But the people out there chanting her name in the wrong way, they're not. Well, that's the hypocrisy of this entire socialist party right now.
Well, I can't wait to start collecting up all the pieces of audio when you have at the DNC different speakers get up there and talk about saving democracy. By actually ignoring our 14 million voters.
Yes, exactly right.
That's tonight. That's tonight, right?
That's what you're going to get, yeah.
We're saving democracy by trying to
Joe Biden out the pasture.
By nominating a woman who hasn't been able to secure more than 1% of the Democrat vote.
It should be an interesting and entertaining DNC. Violent crime up 25%. Do you think that'll get brought up? Probably
no.
Not. 20 shootings in Chicago this weekend. Think anybody's going to talk about that?
No.
Everything's good.
Everything's fine. Everything's great. It's the MAGA extremists that cause all the problems.
It's always us. Always us. Because
we mispronounce someone's name every once in a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be like nothing we've ever seen before. I mean, this may be a record-setting DNC for the
damage
amount of yes. It's exactly right. Yes. It's exactly what I was going for. I mean, it is going to be that, and you're seeing the overthrow of democracy. I mean, to Los's point, you're actually going to see it. They're putting Joe Biden up there, and Joe's can bite nails into. Joe's not even sticking around for Kamala's speech. Dude, he is hightailing it out of there.
Yeah.
They're like, no way. You just freaking pulled the rug out from under us, even though we are duly nominated. We have all of the credentials. We should be speaking on Thursday as this thing closed down, getting ready for the election in November. But no, the rug has been pulled out. And so JoJo is going to say what he's going to say. And Lord, I hope he says what he really wants to say versus what he's going to, and then hangs them all a bird and rolls out.
That would be absolutely fantastic.
Dude, that would be amazing.
It's never going to happen.
No, that guy is.
He is going to play the game.
He has to. He has no other choice.
And he's going to continue to play the game. And he's going to go and make these really ridiculous, out of the mind, claims against Donald Trump. And then walk out, and they're going to talk about the threat to democracy. They're going to have their January 6th people up there because that's what this DNC is all about. They have some speakers. Bill Clinton's going to be there. I know Michelle Obama and Barack Obama are going to be there. They're going to be speaking as well. So they have some big names that are coming out of the woodwork to go ahead and speak on this. But the reality of it is this. They're only talking about this fake threat to democracy. And January 6th, they're going to bring up the Capitol Police officers. They're only bringing up their Roe v. Wade and how these extremists have overturned your right and women's reproductive rights. And it's all about joy. Yet it's not about the economy. It's not about any of the other things that really the American people are concerned with.
It's only really 3 words that we should be concerned with. Let them speak. Because the more they do, the crazier they come across. The weirder they are to mainstream America, the weirder they are to the middle. As much as we all fight over who are these independents, these voters who haven't made a decision, the more they talk, the more it hurts them. And oftentimes, everything is always put together around a puff piece where everything that they're bringing up is, wow, I know that economically that doesn't make sense, but I'm told that that's going to be great for me. Well, let them speak. Let them explain themselves.
But even the most leftist of media outlets heard what Kamala said about economic policy, and they're like, oh, God. Oh God! The Washington Post calls it a gimmick. CNN said this is what they do in Venezuela and Cuba. Dude, when it's too far for the most leftist of outlets to go along with, that's when you know you got a major problem. Or at least it seems like you would have a major problem. I mean, we'll see how Americans vote, but dude, food lines, shortage. As a matter of fact, let's go. We play the cut from Charles Payne, and he was talking about how it is so clear now that the leftists, Kamala and company, despise what America is.
What we're talking about is a war on capitalism. They really did not believe in capitalism. And to be quite honest, Dave, when I said that, I heard you talking about how this has surprised some people. I think I never bought in that she was shifting her spots, But then the selection of the governor from Minnesota solidified this. They are infatuated with some sort of big government, knows all, does all, can provide all, and they are not fans of the for-profit motivation or capitalism because it's not even about economics about them. They've got a vernacular and a veneer of economics. It's always about control. They want to control. They want to be able to control losers and then also be able to punish those losers. They talk so vitriolically about companies that, to David's point, last time Kroger reported their earnings, their profit margin down from 3.5% to 2.9%. Now, I don't care what definition of gouging you may have, that's not it.
No kidding, man. 2.9%. We're talking about price gouging.
And when I did the same thing because I heard Charles say this, and I was like, yeah, you know what? He's probably about right. And then I went and looked at all the other food markets, including Walmart and everyone else. And when it came to grocery items, it's only 1% to 3%. Some of them even lower than the 2.9%. Most of them lower than that. So Kroger's actually doing pretty well in that arena. But that's not the attack. The attack is on big corporations for a reason. They're going to continue to go after that because he's right. This is an attack on capitalism. This is about control and being able to control. And Carlos, I want more than 4 eggs.
No, I get it. That's all you're allowed to have when I control not only the methods of production, but the methods of consumption. That's what you basically had going on in Russia in the early 1900s and 1917. But I find it interesting that when you go to the most recent example in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela, with all the stuff that they tried to do, and you go to former Brave Ender Inciarte, who has gotten active on Twitter.
Has he now?
And he had the post from Kamala Harris, and in Spanish, he ended up putting out, "This woman is sick."
Wow.
Because all of the things that she is spouting off is what happened to his country, and then all the problems. Now, he goes on to point out, again, it's all in Spanish. He says, "It's incredible to see that there are so many of us around the world. All of us want to return to Venezuela. Hopefully one day soon we will be able to fight and to lift the country up again." He looks at his homeland as, we lost it. And if you go down this road, you're going to lose it too.
And this is a country that used to be
oil-rich,
incredibly thriving. And all of a sudden, it has breadlines. All of a sudden, it has elections that can't be trusted and people's political opponents being locked up.
Venezuela just had an election in which suddenly the people in power, they just happened to win.
Yeah.
Even though everyone's like, no, you lost.
Yeah.
They happened to win because that's what happens. Once you go down this road, they don't give you the power back.
That's right.
And it's funny that Vice President Harris and Joe Biden are talking about, we need to go in there and investigate this. Investigate these people who are saying that they believe this election was stolen from them, that their votes were not counted, and that the opposing group, Maduro, put in all the votes for himself. Wow, that sounds really familiar.
It does, doesn't it?
That's a threat to democracy? Yes, that's a true threat to democracy. And guess what? It's exactly what you've been accused of. And you won't even allow people to hear their way. When we have a Georgia State Election Board and they're asking hey, we're not asking you to give us more votes. What we're saying is we want to be able to protect votes. We want to be able to look at these and make sure that everything's correct. They're the ones that are shutting that down.
Morning Extra on Extra 1063. We're glad that you're here with us. 404-741-1230 is the number, at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. App, best way to listen, but also streaming on YouTube as well.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, August 19th. Paulding County Sheriff's Office lost a hero, and a wife and 2 children lost their husband and father. Deputy Brandon Cunningham was just 30 years old when he was called out with a fellow deputy to a home on Foggy Creek Lane, where he was ambushed as soon as he got out of the car. Cunningham was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. James Samuel Atkins, 42, was identified as the shooter. After shooting Deputy Cunningham, Atkins went back into the home where he shot his wife and then turned the gun on himself. Kim Tao Vu, Atkins' wife, was rushed to the hospital where she is listed in critical but stable condition. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirmed they were on site in Bartow County after residents in Adairsville reported seeing SWAT, deputies, and police set up in driveways in their subdivision. The GBI did confirm that they were investigating an officer-involved shooting and gathering evidence at a home on Country Cove Lane. No other details have been released. And in sports, Ramon Laureano homered for his second straight game for the Atlanta Braves as they wrapped up out their 10-game road trip with a 3-1 win over the Los Angeles Angels yesterday. Charlie Morton struck out 7 in 5 1/3 innings in the win. The Braves, who sit 7 games back of the Phillies in the NL East, will come home to take on those Phillies in a 3-game set that begins tomorrow night.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. What is a focused Trump like, and what does that mean for his campaign and winning in November? Next on Extra 106.3.
The 2024 election changes by the day. So with the future of the country on the line, you need more than headlines. You need the conservative voices you can trust, which is why the Conservative Voice of Atlanta brings you the local and national voices you need most to make sense of all the noise. We bring you proud veterans, Atlanta talk radio legends, and local perspectives that shape our communities.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months right here on Extra 106.3.
So when I left the house this morning, everything was nice and comfortable. Everything was just the way you would want it if your HVAC unit was running appropriately, the way it's supposed to. It's Tug for Central Heating and Air Conditioning. You can be in that same boat. You don't have to wake up sweating. You don't have to wake up uncomfortable every morning because your HVAC system just can't keep up with the demand of this Georgia summer. You can get a maintenance agreement today that the tune-up, maybe just the tune-up, will make your HVAC system work so much better that you won't even recognize it. Or is it to the point where it's just too late? You need to upgrade your system. They have carrier systems at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They are the best in the business, working with the best in the business, and they are your Atlanta carrier experts. So if you need a maintenance agreement, they can get that done. They can make your equipment last as long as it possibly can, or if you need a great deal on a new system. Whatever it's going to take to make sure that your family is comfortable for the rest of the summer and into the winter, all you have to do is reach out to Chuck and his team, who's been serving Atlanta for over 77 years. CentralHeat.com is their website. The phone number, 770-GET-HEAT.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after-the-sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
I've been with EMC Security for over 10 years, and their service and support are always fantastic. There's nothing better than a business that understands that great service earns loyalty, unlike companies that rely on contracts. Plus, their prices are unbeatable, and they're always focused on solving any issues quickly.
It's time to experience long-term satisfaction and true customer care. EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
The Atlanta Braves are proud to host Alumni Weekend presented by your local Ford dealer, August 23rd through the 25th, when the Washington Nationals come to Truist Park. The weekend kicks off Friday with a Braves Legends Parade through the Battery, followed by an alumni roll call on the field. Saturday's activities include autograph sessions with your favorite former Braves and the always competitive Home Run Derby competition. Don't miss the fun. Find all the details and get your tickets at braves.com/alumni weekend.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, if you missed the story time on Friday, you can go back and listen to it on the Xtra 1063 app. It is available to you. You can listen to things live and on demand. When we come back on the Morning Xtra, Tug, Rhino, and Los, Trump is being blatantly honest about why Kamala Harris didn't choose the Pennsylvania governor as her running mate. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 1063.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Xtra 1063 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Remember the TV show House of Cards?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The one where Kevin Spacey starred in until these sex allegations came out and he had to step aside. Yeah. There's now a campaign ad showing his face as the political character Frank Underwood. He's running for president. It says, "Now is my time," and it uses his initials, Frank Underwood, initials, 2024. FU 2024.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 1063 and the Xtra app.
All right, we've been talking about it for quite some time now, and well, Kamala Harris just told us how she is going to make sure that we all stand in food lines. That's basically what she told us. Well, I'm not going to stand in a food line. Well, part of the reason is because I go to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, and I've been putting away. We make sure that we've got plenty of freeze-dried food. We got plenty of water. We got everything that we need to survive anything, even a Kamala Harris presidency. But there are a lot of emergencies that you can't plan for. There are a lot that you don't know about. So that's why you need to be prepared at all times. True Prep is locally owned and operated. Matt and Joey, both Georgia Tech graduates, engineers, in fact, and they know exactly what you need. They've built a beautiful store there in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. They've got everything from your freeze-dried food, whether you want to do it yourself, and they've got your Mylar bags, your oxygen absorbers, and they even have the Harvest Right freeze dryer. But if you want to get prepackaged, it's there as well. Also, water filtration, first aid kits, firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo, and they have it all at the lowest price around, and they have true professionals there that want you to understand what you need to do to make sure your family's safe. In fact, coming up on September 7th, they've got their Intro to Emergency Preparedness class. It's a wonderful workshop, and they always have workshops, and the good part about them being locally owned and operated is they care about their community. In fact, today at 10 a.m., they have their Adult First Aid CPR American Red Cross certification. So if you want to go and get certified, you can go to their website at trueprep.com and find out about all their classes, and you can start today to make sure that your family is safe in an emergency. Go visit them. Check out their cool showroom. Tell them Rhino sent you down there, and they'll get you started right away. It's in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or go online right now. trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
When you buy a Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, you're buying more than a vehicle. You're buying safety for your family and something that will last a long, long time. In other words, you're buying trust. For a limited time, you can celebrate amazing offers on the all-new Forester, Crosstrek, or Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event now through September 3rd. Plus, you can enjoy special financing on select new 2024 Outback models. And you'll love more than just your new Subaru. You'll love the dedicated staff at Subaru of Gwinnett with some of the best service specials in the area and a team you know you can trust. You'll ride with peace of mind knowing that Subaru of Gwinnett has your back. During the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you'll find that Subaru model you've always dreamed about at a price that makes that dream come true. But you'll need to get in by September 3rd to take advantage. We'll make it easy. Just start with a test drive. And before you know it, you'll be in the Subaru you love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com. Then stop by on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth. SubaruofGwinnett.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Xtra 1063, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
A beach trip turned car breakdown is a drag, man. You and your family jamming to the tunes, feeling the groove, then bam, your car's dead. Major bummer, man. Seriously, summer can be brutal to your air conditioning, your radiator, your electrical components of your car. An AC compressor can cost over $900. Condenser can be $800. So shield yourself from the expensive car repairs. Car shield yourself like I have with all of my ranch trucks. CarShield gets its A rating from the Better Business Bureau by doing just what they say they're going to do. Their experienced phone representatives will answer your questions and set you up with an affordable plan that fits your financial needs. Ask them about services like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options. If your car is 20 years old or newer, call 800-227-6100. Get 20% off 800-227-6100 or visit carshield.com/back. Coverage varies by plans. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
What does it mean to be the dad in the room? Now, early in the morning, it means you walk to the bathroom and you probably grunt and you gag as you brush your teeth.
Yeah.
Those kind of things. You know, that's what it means to be the dad in the room. But outside of that, you know, outside of the normal things that happen early on a Monday morning, sometimes it just means telling everybody the truth, even if they don't want to hear it.
Man, I still say we dodged a bullet when Kamala Harris got her pick of VP. She ended up picking a communist sympathizer, a guy who told us that he won a state championship even though he couldn't actually coach because he had a DUI. I mean, there's so many things where you go, Josh Shapiro was supposed to be the pick here. I mean, you want to help try and secure Pennsylvania because if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she's going to lose the race. Like that's the firewall. That's what it is. Well, here you go. And I talk about being the dad in the room, Donald Trump, for every single person out there who wants to tell me they're conservative or they're Republican and, oh, he's got to get so much more enthusiastic. He's got to be so much more forward-thinking. Stop being negative. I'm like, negativity is what we're all dealing with, okay? Just because you're swimming in money don't mean the rest of us are. All right, so here is Donald Trump as the dad in the room, flat out telling Pennsylvanians why they didn't pick their governor. And that's what's going to be interesting to watch in Chicago this week.
It is.
He ain't wrong.
He's not wrong. And
the dad in the room's telling you the truth.
Now, and just like a father, and I like that we brought that up. He's the dad in the room because, you know, sometimes you have to tell your kid, hey, you know, the way I should say this is this way, but this is how I'm going to tell you. That was just flat out dumb. That's stupid. You know, you want to sit there and be like, well, son, you know, what I think is you should have followed through and thought that through. No, the reality of it is this. They didn't pick Josh Shapiro because he's Jewish. They didn't pick Josh Shapiro because they knew, and the entire left was even talking about this, even Democrat strategists. Oh, they can't pick him. Do you understand what this will do? Blah, blah, blah. The reality is they don't seem to like Jews at all. They are using Jews once again. And now, when you say things like they have to have their head examined if they vote, I agree. 100% as a Jew, I agree. I never have, my family never has understood why Jews vote liberal in most cases. We don't get it because everything that they say, everything they do is against Israel, is against the Jewish people. And now more than ever, it's so prevalent, and it's going to be prevalent. Last night it was. with hundreds of thousands of people walking, or at least 30 to 60,000 people calling for the genocide of Jews, and it's going to be today.
There has to be a conversation about what's happening and caving to some of the darker parts of the party, talking about anti-Semitism in the Democrat Party. That is from Van Jones. That's not from anybody on this show. That's not from Fox News. It's not from a conservative outlet. That is from a man who is entrenched in the Democrat Party.
The smartest move would have been to go after Josh Shapiro and have him end up being the VP. We're talking about somebody, when you look at the state of Pennsylvania, that when you just look at his support, it's overwhelming for him, and it's across the board. And so if you're telling me that you're trying to secure a swing state where the election is based off of that, he is going to be the pick. And yet the Democrats went and looked at it and said, he's just too Jewish.
We can't do it.
We just can't do it. It's going to burn us down with our anti-Semite base.
We're going to lose Michigan for sure if we do this.
Instead, you pick the guy who, as a Jew, I watch as stormtroopers walk down the street and telling people to get back in their homes. Do you know when that happened? During Nazi Germany. Get back in your homes. Do you know what else they did? They came and took their guns. The first thing they said is, well, guns, you don't need them. You don't need them. We need them. We need to take them back. We need to make this safe. And they took all the guns away from Jews. They took all the food and food lines. This is that's why it's so reminiscent. When I see people walking down the street and shooting, I know it's paintballs, but boy, does that not bring that back
in the house?
Well, this needs to be an infomercial this week.
Sure does.
It's what it needs to be to wake up the Jewish vote that sits back and goes, you know what, about 70% we vote Democrat on a regular basis. Get it to 50-50, people, okay? Because there's going to be a faction of what goes on with the DNC where you have, the report was last week, that Barack Obama and his wife are like telling their media friends, don't show this stuff, okay? No. Let's see how much we can show this up. And unfortunately, we are going to have X where we can go ahead and have the independent journalists that will be out there on the street showing you the madness of what's going on outside the DNC. Because the more you see it and you ask the question, you see what they're chanting, the more you recognize these people are not your friends.
It's the number one news application, across the world, X is. We need to have like a campaign to start more X accounts, though, from everyday people, and encourage our listeners, if they're not on Twitter, now known as X, to get on so you can actually see unfiltered news, because you can't anywhere else.
Yeah, no, not unless you have to find your source. Yes, X is one. I mean, obviously Rumble right now is a very conservative platform as well, but also has a lot of live streaming and news that you used to see on YouTube. You can go to YouTube. I mean, I went to YouTube yesterday, CNN 18. They do live, and that's what I watched the protests on, rather than what they were doing in front of the convention and how they were sitting out there. Now you go out front, outside, and CNN 18 has it on YouTube, so you're able to find it, but you really do have to look at. You're not going to turn on your TV and see
alternate.
it. Yeah. You
right.
have to go alternate, and that's what's going to be. It's going to be eye-opening for a lot of people, and I think you're going to have to see this. And CNN and them, I'm telling you, this is going to be such a bad riot. Something's going to happen that's going to set them off. They talked about shutting down the DNC. All the signs that are being posted on street signs in Chicago, I saw them walking yesterday, putting them up. Killer Kamala, shut down the DNC. When you are inciting them to shut down the DNC, what do you think that means to them? It means they're going to try to get in. They're going to try to get across. And when they do, just like they did in Brooklyn Center, just like they did in Tim Walz's Minneapolis, these areas, they're going to continue to do that. They will try to force their way into that convention center.
And I hope it doesn't happen, man, because
I hope not too.
It can turn.
But these are their people.
I know it is.
They did this.
I know it is. Absolutely.
These are no different.
True. All of that's true.
Tim Walz allowed them to do this in his city.
100% correct.
It's the same groups.
Oh, yes, it
same
is.
exact groups.
Paid agitators, people who are anarchists, people who are communist, avowed communists. There's nothing about me that wants to see any kind of violence, but political violence. And yet, I expect they're going to get some.
This is going to be the best example of you're going to have your elite communists. They're all going to be in the arena. Okay,
That's such a funny name.
The elite communists are going to be sitting back going like, we're in charge around here. We're the ones that run this thing. And the street communists are going to be outside going, they ain't communist enough.
That's right. So we're going to burn the building down.
And watch how the two look at each other going, I know we need you, street communists, but we don't need you right now.
No, we want everybody to settle down because we want this to look as peaceful and as well put together as we possibly can.
Donald Trump can't allow that to happen. Donald Trump needs to be rolling video on every single thing he can with these people outside and continue to let people know this is her vision for America.
Breadlines. Even the Washington Post, even CNN, even the Daily Beast, even the Daily Cause, even the craziest of lefty loony outlets are saying this woman is a communist and it will destroy the free market, her economic plan, if you can call it that. That's amazing. It is absolutely amazing to see where we are in America in 2024. What are we, 77 days away from the election? Is that right, 77? Good Lord. We have to get this right. Make it too big to rig. You can tell if someone's drunk by hearing them speak. I think you can, and we'll put it to the test next on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Turn our attention to the climate disaster. Thought you'd be interested in some new facts gleaned from an article in the Wall Street Journal. Let's start out with polar bears. Al Gore in 2006 told us they were on the way out. In 2004, the Washington Post said that the species was facing extinction. The World Wildlife Fund said that polar bears would be unable to reproduce by 2012. What is the truth? You've noticed they've suddenly stopped talking about polar bears. That's because the polar bear population increasing substantially, 12,000 in the 1960s, above 26,000 right now. Well, the truth is a pain in the butt to these climate radicals.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful. Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Retail Management Services Corporation seeks lead software engineer in Atlanta, Georgia to design, test, and develop software. Requires a bachelor's degree in computer science or related field of study, plus 5 years experience in software development or engineering. Alternatively, the employer will accept a master's degree or foreign equivalent in computer science or related field of study, plus 2 years experience in software development or engineering. Hybrid remote position. To apply, submit resume to bzupa@roomstogo.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Mad Men. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Mad Men every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
It's the Democrats' turn. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Their convention starts in Chicago the day after ABC and CBS polls give Vice President Harris, who will accept the nomination Thursday, a lead over former President Trump, less than a month after President Biden dropped out of the race. He'll speak at the convention tonight.
The president is expected to tout his legacy, even though his term has been marred by challenges. While inflation has gone down, it rose to nearly 20% under his administration. Illegal border crossings and violent crime in major cities also went up, though the Biden team has been making the case lately that those numbers have dropped.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Hours before the president's speech, House Republicans released a report in their Biden impeachment inquiry claiming he committed fraud and abused his office while vice president.
Republicans revealed that since 2014, the Biden family and its associates received more than $27 million from foreign individuals and entities. They also found that while Biden was serving as vice president, the Biden family got more than $8 million in loans from Democratic benefactors. And they said those loans have not been repaid.
Fox's Brooke Singman. It's unclear if the House will vote on impeachment. Democrats call it a sham and political stunt with no evidence of wrongdoing by the president. As Democrats convene to tout Vice President Harris, the Trump campaign will hit several battleground states. The former president will rally today in York, Pennsylvania. His running mate J.D. Vance tells Fox News Sunday.
When Donald Trump was president, we had stable prices, we had prosperity, we had higher take-home pay for American workers, and we had peace across the world.
There is a continued push for peace in Gaza.
It is time for it to get done.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Israel after meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
But over the weekend, in a statement to Fox News, Hamas rejected the current deal, saying that Netanyahu himself was responsible for their rejection. Hamas wants to accept a ceasefire deal from July, but now the terms have reportedly shifted.
That's Fox's Trey Yingst in Haifa, Israel. America's listening to Fox News.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Extra 106.3, worldwide on the Extra app.
You're up early. You're probably getting the kids ready for school. You're probably driving them to school. You're probably headed off to work. Reckon what time the anti-Israel, pro-Hamas protesters roll out of bed? I mean, like, what time does their day start? I'm curious. I guess we'll find out. I bet they're not up this early. I just saw a live shot of downtown Chicago. I didn't see any anti-Israel, pro-Hamas protesters. So I'm thinking maybe noon, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You got to sleep off some of that partying they did last night.
Sure, after you protest.
Well, it takes a long time to build shields and stuff.
Well, I would imagine. You don't think those are delivered?
Does it? You just go to a garbage can and grab a lid.
I thought those are delivered. I don't think you had to build them. Do you think you have to build them?
I just kind of wonder that if you're gonna cosplay being an activist,
you got to bedazzle it at least. You got
to get it ready.
You got to go find all the extra masks you need.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's like, I don't even know where to buy a mask anymore, but we'll try.
Yeah. There'll be a bunch of them with masks.
They're always in masks.
You're going to be at Home Depot this morning. They got to get up early, the contractor check out, get all the spray paint they need to destroy the city.
It's gotten so weird that at least, you have certain areas of the country that realize it ain't about COVID anymore. It's just so I can hide my identity.
Dude, I just saw something flash across the screen, and it was just showing the boarding up of the cities in downtown, or the businesses in downtown Chicago.
For the peaceful protests.
For
mostly
peaceful protests, right. But it was interesting. There was a branding on the plywood, and it said the Chicago Board Up Company. The original Chicago Board Up Company. It feels like they've done this before.
Yeah.
They're not near places where hurricanes happen. They're not near places, where usually you would need a lot of boarding up.
Yeah.
Turns out, I guess, they're like, you know what? Anytime a big event comes to town, we know the crazies are going to come here. Might as well start a business helping people board up. They'll save money by hiring us, and we'll make money by being hired. Look at that. Free market working.
Well, a lot of those there are a lot of companies like that actually do that. In fact, for fires and stuff, I had here in Atlanta when my restaurant burned down, the first phone calls I got were from boarding companies. Yeah. And that's what they do. They come out and they board up all the windows to stop any kind of looting from a fire, those kind of things. So, yeah, but this, better than, hey, the DNC's coming. We're going to be busy.
Make some money.
Yeah.
All these crazy
all those extremists going out and they're just going to loot the city. Let's board up Apple stores and everywhere they usually go.
You're right. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. When you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Tug, Rhino, front office Los. Look, I feel like I could pick out somebody that was drunk. Like if I'm just talking to him, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like if I go,
if they start going fro fries.
Yeah, that's when they're really going. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know that from experience or anything, but I'm just saying. I believe I could recognize it if I saw it. I went to the Luke Bryan show over here at Truist. Great concert. It rained. One of the coolest parts was.
Well, you're okay, right?
Yeah. He was singing "Rain is a Good Thing" while it was pouring down rain in the stadium. Couldn't have been more fitting. It was super cool.
Good to see your buddy again.
Yeah, man.
How'd he do? I mean, was it
a terrific show?
Was it a good show?
Unbelievable. Bailey
I love
Zimmerman
him, man.
opened up.
He's great.
And Bailey's a young country star, and I've seen him 3 times now. Dude just gets better and better and better, and has really come to his faith. He talks about his faith on stage, which I think is cool. Luke is incredible. You forget how many hits the guy has. But the reason I bring this up is not to talk about the Luke Bryan concert per se, but just to say that I saw a lot of people who were intoxicated. A lot.
Yeah.
You're familiar with it.
I feel like I could pick it out. You know what I mean? Because even just as the recent experiences this past Saturday night here at the Battery Atlanta Truist Park for that concert, I mean, there were people stumbling and staggering, talking to me about things I had no idea. Like, you know what I mean? You know how drunk people are? They'll wander up. They don't mean to talk to you. They're just like, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they sound like a Kimmer there.
Kimmer.
Yeah, exactly right. Be like, do you know where the bathroom? Oh, never mind. I just wet myself.
I gotta unburden myself from what has been.
That's right. Absolutely.
Well, they speak in circles at times.
They do. Absolutely. And Kamala Harris has a tendency to do the same thing. I don't know if she's a drunk. I don't know. There's no way for me to know that. But if you listen to her enough times, you could be convinced.
I'm just so glad.
Woo! Just turns into a woo girl.
That after we dealt with look at Donald Trump, he's slurring, and then, and we explained the whole compression issue, and then we saw the video of actually him talking over the phone. You went, oh, no, he was talking normally. It's just compression. That's what it does. All right, what's her excuse?
I don't know. She was at Compression Brewing or something, or whatever that. I mean,
but I'm just glad we're on the offensive about this.
Know, right? Yeah. I mean, it was really funny to listen to her because it kept popping up. Did y'all see how much of this topic popped up over the weekend, specifically on social media? I don't know that I saw it in the mainstream media because they would never report on anything like this. But I want you to hear her just maybe a couple cuts here because there's a few where you're just like, well, wait a minute. I mean, we're at a brewery. She's
you sound drunk now.
I know. I'm not above by any means. But that's the thing. Like, she's at a brewery. She gives the woo girl thing. Woo!
Yeah.
And then go listen to this one. Huh? Oh my! Oh, so strong. And what are we watching? What are we listening to? This sounds filthy.
I'm just glad that you're now in a scenario where we have actually started this talking point that now she has to defend.
Right. I know, right?
That's all it comes down to.
She's not a drunk.
It's like, okay, well, explain to me why she's... Because the only thing at times, I get it. If you don't like being in front of people and maybe you have anxiety about it, okay, fine. Maybe that explains a little
president.
bit. Well, then don't run for president. But if you want to explain why you're all over the place and you happen to use these anonymous sources to say, hey, why does staff keep leaving? Because they don't like dealing with her because she's mean and she's drunk. All right, defend that.
There are a lot of rumors out there, and I think it's fun for us as voters and people on Twitter to do. I'm glad that the Trump campaign is kind of staying away from this, even though,
it's smart.
He does. I think it's smart for them to continue to do that, because unless I do think that Donald Trump continues to call for drug tests and those kind of things because he knows maybe something will pop, maybe, who knows? But that was with Joe Biden when he was talking about drugs. I don't think he's come off that again. But you know what? I mean, it does sound that way. But again, I think everything she does is really planned out. I know we say she talks in circles, but when you break down some of the things she says, the strength of joy actually comes from the Nazi Socialist Party. It was something that they ran on all the time. The strength of joy. Joy. We'll bring joy back. It's the same thing that the Nazis kept telling their people, which really did lead to a Holocaust of the Jewish people. Everything she says, unburdened by what has been. That's a Marxist ideology that she learned from her father, who's a Marxist professor. So as she does talk in these circles, yes, she's uncomfortable. Yes, I don't know if she's drunk or not.
She's just
drunk.
not able to complete.
I'll tell you what she's drunk with: power,
power, and control.
Yes, and control.
Wants to have more.
That's what they're drunk with, and that's what we should be concerned with more than anything else.
I was going to do this next hour, but I'll give you a little hint of it now. I'm glad that we're talking about this, and the reason why. It makes her have to talk more.
That's right. And the more she talks, the better off we are.
The worse the numbers
the worse it is
get.
for her.
This is Hillary Clinton 2016 again, when she has to go out there and be like, I'm not drunk, I'm just going to explain myself. Every single time she gets in front of a camera, it's bonus points for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that happened yesterday. They were all, look at the brilliance of Kamala Harris. She was asked a question by a CNN reporter about how are we going to afford this? And then she never answered.
And she gave no answer
whatsoever. She gave no answer whatsoever. She distracted saying, well, in the long run, it'll be better for us. How?
No
Please
way.
tell us.
There's no
because
way.
you were asked a question. And they don't want her to.
What was ridiculous about the mathematical nature of what she was answering, she was basically saying, I'm going to give first-time homebuyers a $25,000 tax credit, which means we will all pay for this as we are not first-time homeowners. It's just how it's going to be. And then she started talking about because the benefits it'll be because then they'll be paying property taxes. She's basically telling you, I'm going to ensnare you with $25,000, which, by the way, every home is going to go up by $25,000 right there.
Yeah.
Once you get into that home, now I have you paying property taxes rather than renting, and you don't do that.
So what do you think? Did you not hear the way she said?
Oh, it was ridiculous.
But the thing that she brought up was
for everyone.
First generation home buyers. Did that not stand out to y'all?
Yeah.
First generation home buyers? Well, you're talking about speaking in code, Rhino.
Yeah. And the reality, I'm glad he brought that up, because what we do see is in some of these Democrat-run cities, and we'll use Clayton County here, 31% increase in property taxes. And we continue to see it in Democrat areas. When you look in New York, very obviously Democratic area, they're the highest taxed state when it comes to like White Plains, New York. I can't even believe what they pay there. But their property taxes even be above and beyond, and that's why California is falling apart. Even though they continue to raise the taxes of the people in California, well, those businesses, they're all leaving. Why? Because they're being attacked, the corporations. And this is not going to be a good plan. Keep voting for what you are going to be upset with, because that's what's going to end up happening. If you continue to vote for Kamala Harris, you're going to continue to complain about how much everything is costing, that you don't have enough food, and that you're paying ridiculous taxes.
Well, let's just listen to Kamala one more time and decide if we think she's drunk or not. Huh?
Uh-huh.
In the cavity.
Yeah. Hi.
So random and herky-jerky. It's so weird.
It is a weird cut. And again, like, oh, God. It was so cringy to hear her talking. Now, I do think that they had 1 minute until they were going on air to do something, and they were obviously talking about Thanksgiving and making a turkey. The cheap wine was kind of funny to me. Like, okay, now she's bringing up wine. But again, it sounds drunk. It sounds just off the rails weird. But in her mind, she's trying to relate. She's trying to
good luck with that.
Well, you know, Joe Biden did a great job. She's doing a good job. Look, everybody thinks she's like the nicest person in the world. Oh, for her side, not for us.
Say, does anybody really think that? I'm not sure anybody.
Well, they're
thinks
just
that.
told what to think.
Yeah,
And they wait for the download. They got the download. I heard this on Joe Rogan the other day when I was listening. I think it was him and Dennis Quaid who we had on, which highly suggest
talking about the Reagan movie.
Never knew Dennis Quaid had a cocaine addiction. Okay, he was like got out of rehab in 1991. I was like, whoa, okay, Caparoni with a cocaine addiction, kind of funny. But they brought up, he's like, how powerful is it that the person that was recognized as being the least popular vice president in modern history, within 2 weeks they turned it into, she's brilliant, she's great, and you had the fall-in factor of the Democrats going, hell yeah, she is. We're like, hold on, all of you were calling her a stooge 2 weeks ago.
And talking about her in terms of how do we ditch her?
It's a cult.
From the Biden ticket. Remember, that was the discussion.
It's
like,
a cult.
how do we ditch her from the Biden ticket? How do we promote him, ditch her? Or if Biden does drop out, this was the conversation, how do we skip over her? Yeah. How do we not use her? How do we push her aside? And then the coup happens, and Biden endorses her to put him in a situation where they can't ditch her. And now, as Los is saying, all of a sudden the media has coalesced around her to say, greatest of all time, she's the Babe Ruth of freaking presidential nominees.
It is a weird cult that pretzeled themselves into their own arguments. I mean, when they sat here and continued to say, hey, well, you know, we can't get rid of her. She's black. She's the first female vice president. What are we going to do? They're gonna crush us, but we need to get rid of her. Then all of a sudden, it's like, we got exposed. Joe Biden, you know what? We just realized Joe Biden mentally is just not there. We all knew. What are we going to do? Oh, you can't get rid of her. You can't. We'll just try with this. We're going to run on identity politics, do the same thing we do with Biden. We try to keep him out of the press because people would realize this guy's not with it.
Trying to keep her in the press, too. The same reason.
We realize she's not with it.
Yeah, she can't speak. She talks in circles. She takes her Marxist talking points and does an absolute merry-go-round with it.
I almost wonder if they're testing the water. Let's throw out as many communist ideas as we possibly can, allow her to speak only when we give her the points that we want her to speak on, and let's see how the American people respond to the idea of communism and socialism. How will they respond in, we're going to take $25,000 and give it to other people, but you're going to pay for it? How do you feel about us paying for student loans? How do you feel about us really looking at the food market and saying, you know what, we're going to attack corporations, we're going to attack farmers, we're going to attack everybody, and we're going to find a way, we're going to say it, and we're going to pretend like we're not saying it, but we are, that we are going to control your food and how much you get and how much you can get charged. And when you run out and, like Carlos said the other day, 4 eggs for Rhino instead of the 24 that he usually goes through. These are the things I think they're testing. How will the voters respond? If they get whipped, they're going to come back to the middle again.
I don't know that they'll ever
Save
come
Josh
back to the
Shapiro.
middle. I don't know they'll ever come back to the middle. I don't think they
don't
their
want
heart's
to.
in the middle. There's now they may present it, Los, as being in the middle, but truly, if you look at what they want to do, they're pulling us way, way to the left.
Well, this is what's so wild about this. 2016, you had Bernie Sanders that was leading across the board, and the Democrats looked at Bernie Sanders and said, he can't play like he's in the middle. Like, we know Bernie is way out there as a Democrat socialist. There's no way he can be elected nationally, so we're taking this thing away from him. We got to 2020, the same thing. Remember, Bernie Sanders won the first 3 primaries, and the Democrat Party took it away going, we can't run him. He's saying the things we like, and obviously Democrats like, but we can't win nationally with him. All right, this time around, they're actually saying and doing all the things that are way out there.
Yeah.
And now, this is a litmus test now.
But they're still playing that game that it's not really socialism. They're still playing that game.
Nobody's buying that, though. The Washington Post is not buying it. CNN's not buying it. The leftist media is not buying it.
Right, but they're still being less Bernie Sanders about it.
I don't think they are.
Oh,
I think they're being more Bernie Sanders about it.
Oh, no.
Or maybe past Bernie Sanders.
No. The meaning of what they're doing is, but they're not saying it that way. What they're saying.
How you miss it.
She brought up price controls.
I don't know how you miss it.
You couldn't be more out there in terms of this is communism.
This is like carrying the banner. This makes Bernie look like a backseat person.
I mean, to think to ourselves, and it was all over the media, from New York Post and obviously all the communism, Kamalaism, all the stuff that was out there. You even had CNN that were bringing up the fact that what she's bringing up is like outright socialism.
Yeah.
Okay,
that makes Bernie look like an amateur.
This is the whole media that's even recognizing when you have, and the joke was that when it was the Washington Post. Again, by the way, owned by Jeff Bezos, who happens to own Whole Foods, and she's attacking grocery stores. Even they're sitting back going, hey, if they're calling you communists, maybe don't introduce price controls when it comes to food. Like I said, this is one of those where it has now gone so far out there, it is a litmus test to see if Americans will vote for socialism.
You think, why is nobody complaining about Whole Food prices or the fact that the guy who owns it now has a spaceship? You want to talk about record profits?
Yeah, I don't think I'm not sure he pulled it in off.
You think he's ready to go? Hey, enough.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh no, he pulled it in off of Amazon, but part of that was food delivery and everything else that's grown that company.
Well, I mean, he bought Whole Foods way later. I mean. Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. When we come back, we'll knock out the headlines and the Harris honeymoon coming to an end with these leftist outlets like Washington Post, like we just discussed, questioning Comrade Kamala's economic policies. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Atlanta radio legends, proud military vets, national network experts are all on Xtra 106.3.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months.
With live and local shows in the morning and afternoon, and the biggest conservative hosts in the country throughout the day. We are always here with the latest news and opinions you need.
There's no chance if the media and the Department of Justice and social media are all against you.
No traffic interruptions, no former shock jocks, just Atlanta legends you've turned to for a generation. The conservative voice of Atlanta. Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra app.
We've all heard it before. Buy one, get one Windows. 10% off if you call today. $500 off if you sign tonight. But are these really a special? If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Hi, this is Candace with Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. Don't fall for it. It's exhausting trying to keep up with all the fake specials being offered. And we all say the same thing. We're all licensed, we're all insured, we all have 5-star reviews. At Exovations, we want to earn your business the right way. But don't take our word for it. Let us show you why we say we are different from other contractors. To find out what it means to have an on-time, on-budget, and stress-free renovation, call me today at 770-205-2995 or online at exovations.com. That's exovations.com.
Hi, this is Ben.
And I'm Walt from Horizon Background Screening. About 15 years ago, I was running a private investigations company, and my partner Ben here was running a background screening company and saw the need to put the two together. The background screening helps employers, churches, volunteer organizations, and those sorts of things to help find the right people, get those right people in place, and screen out people that would be a hindrance to their company. On the other end, the investigative work, we can help companies, individuals, insurance companies, law firms gather information, a lot of times around lawsuits and other legal work like that, but also helping people when they're going through a divorce or going through other hard things in life.
25 plus years, we've just been blessed with growth and have basically become a nationwide provider of both pre-employment background checks and private investigative services.
The best way for people to find us is on our website. A quick Google search of Horizon Background Screening or look at us at horizonscreening.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hey fans, summer is here and you know what that means. Exterior painting season. At Atlanta Painting Company, this summer, save 10% off of all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we're the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Hey everybody, it's Neil Bortz, an actual attorney spokesperson for Van Sant Law. Notice the heavy traffic out there? Yep, school's back in session. Things can happen. Sometimes people aren't that careful. Maybe an accident. But David Van Sant, he's there to help smooth the way for you if somebody you love gets hurt. Call Van Sant Law at 855-GA-INJURY. 855-GA-INJURY. First call after 9/11, Van Sant Law. 855-GA-INJURY.
Election season is here, and regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, we can all experience the stress of uncertainty. Fear of the unknown can cause us to postpone important decisions that impact our lives, especially in retirement planning. Resist hesitation and contact Masterplan Retirement Consultants, a holistic retirement planning firm dedicated to creating a retirement plan to help with all of life's surprises. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life to see you to and through retirement. Don't leave your retirement up to chance. Create a plan for your retirement and pursue peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, August 19th. Paulding County Sheriff's Office lost a hero, and a wife and two children lost their husband and father. Deputy Brandon Cunningham was just 30 years old when he was called out with a fellow deputy to a home on Foggy Creek Lane where he was ambushed as soon as he got out of the car. Cunningham was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. James Samuel Atkins, 42, was identified as the shooter. After shooting Deputy Cunningham, Atkins went back into the home where he shot his wife and then turned the gun on himself. Kim Tao Vu Atkins, the wife, was rushed to the hospital where she is listed in critical but stable condition. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirmed they were on site in Bartow County after residents in Adairsville reported seeing SWAT, deputies, and police set up in driveways in their subdivision. The GBI confirmed that they were investigating an officer-involved shooting and gathering evidence at a home on Country Cove Lane. No other details have been released. And in sports, Ramon Laureano homered for the second straight game for the Atlanta Braves as they wrapped up their 10-game road trip with a 3-1 win over the Los Angeles Angels yesterday. Charlie Morton struck out 7 in 5 2/3 innings. In the win, the Braves, who sit 7 games back of the Phillies in the NL East, will come home to take on the Phillies in a 3-game set that begins tomorrow night.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Here in just a little bit, we'll talk about Kamala lying to you again, but this time it's her background that's in question. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Right now, though, the Washington Post. Dude, I have talked negatively about this publication for a really, really long time, and rightfully so. I mean, they are a shill for the Democrat Party. They are the communications wing for the Democrat Party. The Democrats send them the message, they write it, and all the other media outlets pick it up and follow it. Gimmick. They used the word gimmick. I just did a quick search for the title, or the definition, rather, of gimmick. And gimmick is a trick or device intended to attract attention, publicity, or business. That's what the Washington Post called Kamala's economic plan, to hand out $25,000 to first-generation new homeowners. You have to be able to prove that you're a first-generation homeowner. And first generation was the word that stood out to me. That's the one that made me go, I wonder who this is actually going to. And I definitely know who's going to pay for it. And then you take it a step further. We talk about those controls, because Kamala's all about control. She loves the government. She loves big government. We heard Charles Payne talk about it last hour, and maybe you saw him this weekend on social media or on Fox Business Network talking about the very same thing, that these people despise the capitalist system. So they are now questioning it. Even the most of liberal outlets are looking at this going, wait a minute, this is unbelievable. How could this be possible? A gimmick is what the Post called it. Obviously, the housing allowance is going to cost if it's $25,000 per, that means you and I are going to pay for it. That means that the more debt to the American people, and then throw that on top of it, this on top of it, the fact that will go straight to the cost of houses and cause more problems in the fact that we don't have enough housing now.
So there's a buzzword that is now being used by these people. And this is in part due to what has gone on with Kamala Harris glomming on to ideas. For instance, when you say we're not taxing tips. Okay, well then after Donald Trump brings that up for the better part of 2 months, here comes Kamala with it. Oh my God, it's a great idea because Kamala Harris came up with it. Wait a minute, this man's been talking about it for a couple of months. Same thing with the child tax credit. When J.D. Vance brings up $5,000, she brings up $6,000. Oh my God, it's going to bankrupt the country. Here comes Kamala Harris with it. Oh, it's totally genius. What they are now calling it is Republican independent ideas. They'll say, what Republican independent ideas do they actually have? Because the ones that are good, they poll test them, then they glom onto them and claim them as their own. So they're saying, what Republican independent ideas do they have? Well, they keep giving them to you. They keep planning on cutting your taxes, and yet this is now how they pull their gimmicks. They're basically giving you the same ideas as other Republicans, but claiming them as their own Republican independent ideas they won't go with.
No, and they won't go with them. And again, they also know that this is a pandering at a level where they know Congress and Senate will never get any of the things that they want through. And that's the reality of what Kamala Harris is saying. She's trying to pander that $25,000 for the first home. Listen, there's no way whatsoever that's going to get through. I don't care if Democrats run the House and the Senate, maybe, but it's not going to happen that way. You're not going to get the votes for that. But the reality of it is, let's break it down and see it. And that's the important part for the Republicans right now, to say, hey, not only do you realize what this is, communism or socialism, and they think they can do it better. But it's also an attack on every other corporation so that they can create government jobs. They can create this feeling that you need to work for the government or live in their government homes. Again, these are government-built homes, 3 million homes. Think about that. That is so many homes that they're saying 25,000 times 3 million. Now do the math and figure out who's going to pay for it, because I'll tell you who's not going to pay for it. The corporations aren't going to pay for it. You are. Your jobs are going to pay for it. You're going to lose money every single day because of this idea, and it's not going to get through. They're going to continue to pander it, thinking everybody's got free money, and guess what? Their voters continue to think this is free, and it's not.
But with $25,000 per new home buyer, that is going to do exactly what those free stimulus checks did. Create more of a demand. And when you have less supply, what happens? The cost goes up.
Well, you're acting like home ownership is the goal. It's not.
Oh, yeah, well, right.
It's always going to be the backdoor issue of let's find a way to create more dependence. Now, the fun part about all of this for me is that when you start to hear these economic ideas, you know that anyone with a basic, like Econ 101, maybe even 201, you go, You turn the dog head. You say, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense by this simple idea of supply and demand. And so when you start messing with the basis of supply and demand, you're creating market issues. And so when her entire first idea is, well, here's what we're going to do. That is why they're calling it a gimmick. It won't work. It doesn't work.
Well, it doesn't work for a lot of reasons. But yeah, you're right. I think anybody who has a basic supply demand, and understand it knows that this isn't going to work. But again, it's an attack on the corporations and big oil and everybody else, because you have to realize that only, 40 to 50% of oil is actually used for gasoline. I know they pretend otherwise, but at least 60% is used for products we use every single day. So even the protesters that are out there banging on their little Home Depot buckets, which was made of petroleum, by the way, and plastics, these people will understand really quickly that when you attack the oil industry, well, everything else is going to collapse from that point on, because now we have no energy. So I don't understand when she says, hey, we're going to raise pretty much our debt by $2 trillion, how anybody's sitting back before she even takes office. She's already talking about raising in the first year the debt by $2 trillion. Start looking into the economy, and I hope that Republicans can do a very good job counteracting her policies and talking about it to people so they do understand how this is communism and socialism. It's up to them to win this election by taking down her policies, breaking them down so people understand.
It's pretty simple. You see the whole price gouging thing that she brought up. You see what happened in Cuba. You see what happens in Venezuela. They're still down there struggling with these very same things. That's why 10 million people have said we're leaving Venezuela
but it's not the same thing.
If the election continues to stand in Maduro's favor, which, he's a dictator. He's not going to release that. But all this is going to do is create a black market for goods and services. So less supply on the actual up and up, and everything done underground, which opens the door for crime. And you see it in every one of these third world countries, every one of them.
I wish I had saved this. So I was reading through Twitter Saturday morning, and there was somebody who started off with the premise of, why are y'all saying this is going to end the country? That is complete silliness. And let me break it down why. And he started on Twitter to break down the margins that these companies have. And it clearly points out, well, when you start influencing, let's say, the grocery stores, well, then you're also influencing the manufacturers. Well, you're then also influencing the farmers. And every single time you mess with it down the line, you start to create the incentive to do less every single time. And so by the time you get to the consumer, us, the people that are looking for consumption, now goods are more and there's less available to us. And so that's how the game ends up being played, where it creates black markets.
And it's going to. But who's going to be attacked first? The farmers, because they're the ones growing the food. And that's why you see a Bill Gates. That's why you see some of these other people coming up with their own modified, that they have patents on seeds. You will be in a community, like I won't be able to grow tomatoes in my backyard. They're already, how many years have we heard, hey, we got to really watch these home farmers that are using fertilizer. We've been attacked for fertilizer. We've been attacked for fuel. We're being attacked for everything because they don't want you to have the ability to grow your own food and live off of your own land, which is why they want to take land. They want to buy it. They want to give it away. What they say is give away for free and take from everybody else.
But what it comes down to, and this is the simplest way I can put it. Let's say I'm going to pay you $100,000 for 500 pounds of tomatoes. All right. Now let's say I'm going to also pay you $100,000 for 100 pounds of tomatoes. Well, why am I going to do 500?
Right.
I'm going to get the same amount of money.
That's exactly right.
My cost structure, here's how it's set up. And so everywhere down the line, there's less. What happened and we saw it in Venezuela, and we saw it doing
Argentina too.
Oh yeah,
which they find they're going through this really, really difficult time, but things are starting to shift. They're having to take their medicine, though.
But the early part of the Soviet Union showed you that when there was an incentive to make more, you made the bare minimum, and it drove down so many of their industries by 50 and 70%. So suddenly, there was just less available for people, and the communists looked at it and said,
this is great.
You know what? Here's what the prices are. Here's what the consumption is.
Okay, and then take the other side. What happens when there is less and people do want more? Where are they going to get more? Where are they going to grow more? No, not on the black market. They're going to come and take your land. They're going to take your farmland. They're going to take the land because, they have eminent domain. So when they need land for more housing because they're going to build 3 million houses, who do you think they're going to come for? They're going to come for you. They're going to go, oh, look who didn't pay their property taxes. He missed his property tax. Let's take that house.
But we're talking about the consumer.
Well, but what I'm saying is the consumer is going to lose their home. They're going to lose their thing. The consumer will not be able to survive. And then when they try to readjust, what are they going to do? They're going to take property in order to grow because that's more important, taking care of everybody else who can't eat. We've seen it so many times in socialism where the government comes and takes land because they need it for more growth, more this, more that. That's the scary part. Both sides, the consumer is screwed. Even the farmers are going to be screwed.
I like when Kamala says, we're going to target companies that make excessive profits. Like, what exactly defines excessive profits?
That's when they talk about
that.
Yeah.
Pay your fair share.
Right.
And I've said this.
So vague.
I've said it for 20 years. Say it to my in-laws. They're kind of leftist. I go,
mine too.
Define fair share. And they never can.
Well, no, of course they can't.
They'll never be able to give you the number that is your fair share.
Morning Xtra,
excessive profits.
But it's the same, like you said, it's the same stroke of the same brush. When we come back, grab your pencils, get them sharpened, and get yourself some scrap paper to take some notes, because Kamala's lying to you again. This time, it's about her background. That's what's in question, and we're going to expose it in Story Time with Front Office Los next on Xtra 106.3.
Concentrate on this. The media in this country is dedicated not to objectivity, but to making sure Donald Trump is not elected.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Greg McNiff, operational leader at the Atlanta Police Foundation. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now has a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after-the-sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
School may be back in, but the Braves have tons of giveaways and huge matchups this month, like when the Philadelphia Phillies and Washington Nationals come to Truist Park, August 20th through the 25th. The Phillies series begins with a Chick-fil-A cow bobblehead giveaway on the 20th, followed by the Ozzie Albies and his dog Poochie bobblehead giveaway on the 21st, presented by Bearinger Ingelheim.
Olsen uncorks one to deep right center field, flying to the wall and kiss it goodbye. Home run by Matt Olsen into the Braves bullpen.
And then get ready for Alumni Weekend, presented by your local Ford dealer, August 23rd through the 25th. The weekend includes the Braves Legends Parade through the Battery and the Alumni Roll Call on the field on Friday, followed by autograph sessions with your favorite former Braves and the always competitive Home Run Derby competition on Saturday. Don't miss the fun this August. Find all the details and get your tickets at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fela, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10, then Beck. 10 until noon. Noon to 3, the biggest show in all of conservative media. Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. The Kimmer Show can only be heard on Extra 106.3. So, about to sharpen your pencils, about to get your scratch paper and have it ready so you can take notes, because Storytime is brought to you by Atlanta Ramjack, your local foundation repair experts, AtlantaRamjack.com.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Oh, thank you, Ramjack. And thank you, Rhino, for being here. We just shared a moment in the restaurant. We were talking about making stuff on the grill.
Well, look at there.
I made some jalapeno poppers, some vegan ones.
So good.
But thank you to Tug, and thank you to Joe Virgin River.
Joey.
As we get into a fun moment over the weekend. And I'm reminded by this because I've lost a neighbor. He has moved out.
Oh, no.
He's my next door neighbor for the better part of 11 years. Has his house on the market, he and his wonderful wife. And our kids were born so close to one another. Basically, my daughter was born in December. His first son was born in February. In fact, when Snowmageddon hit, that was when he was born.
Was that 2013?
So,
What year was it?
I was going to say, the
14?
first time we got some snow, then Snowmageddon was also his daughter's. Like, both times, that's how it went. And so, as neighbors, we would help each other out. Well, my neighbor and his wife, they're from India. And when you understand the culture, and him and I would talk about this sort of stuff, or like when they would do their traditional garb during, certain birthdays and holidays, I was the one who would be like, you want me to take the picture? Because our decks looked at one another.
Yeah.
So I'd always go and take that. And we would talk about just the upbringing and some of the cultural aspects, because they were from the South. And South India is very, I guess I would put it this way. It's very quick when they come in to Americanize. They immediately adjust to what's going on, and here's how it is culturally.
Would you say assimilate?
North India is a little bit different. When you know what the caste system is, and the caste system is basically a way that people are basically viewed and how they're seen in India. For instance, the Brahmins, that is the top end. Those are your intellectuals, your teachers, your professionals. That's who they are. And by the time you get down to the Shudras, these are the manual laborers. And so, for instance, my neighbor would talk about how some of our other neighbors that were from India, but were from different parts of India, I was like, so they don't work in their yards? Like, no, because intellectuals, people who have accomplished, they don't do labor like that. And so that was just kind of part of what I would learn. And again, I had some background in this, but not to the point that as I got to know my neighbors, it's how it was. Well, you had a post over the weekend where you had Kamala Harris, who said, I grew up in a middle-class household. For most of my childhood, we were renters. My mother saved for well over a decade to buy a home, and she's basically sending out the whole I'm totally just a middle-class person. I'm one of y'all. The fun part is that somebody dug into the records that you could find in California, and what they had was this point. Your mother transferred $20K to a Canadian bank when y'all moved to Berkeley, California, to one of the most affluent suburbs, which $20K during that time in the 70s might as well have been $100,000.
Yeah.
It talked about the educational background, but here was the most important factor to me. Her middle name, Iyer. Now, in the Indian culture, man, your last name means everything. That is your surname. That determines within the caste system, when you're from the north, who you are, what you're capable of, where you're supposed to be. The caste system was eliminated by India in 2013. Yeah, it was eliminated. It didn't go away.
Right.
Iyer is actually the top. That is the Brahmins. Those are the intellectual people. They were always the highest class. And so when Kamala Harris tells you, hey, I was middle class, here's how it was. Man, that woman, if you want to go with just the Indian background of her, was always part of the highest end of the caste system with her family. And so when she's trying to do the whole, I'm a common person, she's never been a common person. She's totally trying to lie to you. And so whatever you want to get into in her background, all of it screams privilege.
It sure does.
Every bit. The whole way around.
There's no surprise to me. Just the way she behaves would present itself that way.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
just the way she conducts herself, the way she conducts her business, like it screams to me privilege. And look, I grew up in Northwest Georgia. We didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. So I recognize privilege when I see it. There is a certain group in Dalton, Georgia, where I'm from, that grew up with money.
Yeah.
I was never jealous of them, but I could tell the difference.
Right, exactly. And yet you're the white privileged guy,
Well,
right?
Nowadays,
yeah. And that's the way it is. She speaks just like you would expect somebody with privilege, or who grew up with privilege, or who grew up getting everything she wanted. That's who she is. And it seems to me, and this is just my personal opinion, but yeah, I felt the same way, that she's definitely part of that privileged society. She worked at McDonald's, though, when she was young, so we have to remember that. You know what? A lot of people did. A lot of people did.
Just to try to see what it's like.
I was 14 when I worked at McDonald's.
Yeah, right.
You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it, because the rest of your career has been handed to you, just like everything else in life's been handed to you. So when you talk about Donald Trump and that he had a silver spoon or a silver foot put in his mouth, whatever they want to say, so is Kamala Harris. Let's be real about who she is. Her two parents were making plenty of money as Marxist professors. They were doing fine. And like Carla said, they were wiring money back that no one else would have been able to wire back in those times. She is going to be the elite, continue to be the elite, but play the role of, I care all about you guys.
She would not have gotten to the point she did without obviously having the background that she has. It's different when it's J.D. Vance because there's more upward mobility, in my opinion, in the Republican Party, where you will sit back and say, this person's from pretty humble beginnings, and here's how it goes. The Democrat Party is so much turned into this socialist structure where it really comes down to, all right, have you paid your dues to the party? Like, for instance, when you go back to old Soviet Union and you look at the people that when they were put in charge, they had been part of the party for years. Mm-hmm. They paid their dues within the party and suddenly, all right, we're elevating you to this place. That's essentially what she's done. Her entire life has been centered around Democrat politics. Pay my dues, move up. Pay my dues, move up. Pay my dues, move up. It's never been based on her talent or her ability outside of that.
Well, that's the way government works, though. If you think
Typically
about it,
on that side, yeah.
Right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to produce anything. You pay your dues, move up. And the military has that ranking too, right? I mean, if I'm being completely honest, there's people that advanced in the military that didn't deserve to.
But I would ask you this question. At what point did Donald Trump, when was he in office before 2016?
Right, he wasn't.
It's a different structure that goes on here. J.D. Vance, before he was ever a senator 2 years ago, you never looked at it and go, so what office did you hold before?
Yeah, and the funny part is the attack on J.D. Vance because he made something of himself.
Yeah, they hate that.
He's rich now. Look at him. The attack is always, look at Elon and Donald. They're so rich. We've got to put someone in like Tim Walz, who was never able to get ahead in life or make money. Why? Because he's always been doing what he wanted to do and work for the government and
stop
be
drinking
the faculty
and driving.
Yeah, stop drinking and driving. Stop wasting your money on your crimes. Kamala Harris, same thing. But yet she is the elite. She's pretending not to be this person. But why would I trust someone with the economy when they can't even control their own lives or take care of their own lives? And they can't create anything or create jobs? I'm not going to get mad at J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk for creating thousands upon thousands of jobs for the American people.
People on the left oftentimes get created or get praised for getting themselves out of poverty and doing better with their lives. But it usually doesn't happen outside of government. Now, you have entertainers that do it. Those people are lauded all the time. Like it's the greatest thing in the history of the world. Another edition of Storytime with Front Office Los here on Extra 106.3.
Thank you, Los.
Thank you, buddy. When we come back.
You're welcome, America.
Kamala is lying to you. We've already decided that she does that with regularity, and a businessman has his say on her new economic plan. I wonder if you can guess his opinion, knowing the discussion that we just had. We'll tell you what it is after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
For the next week, DNC will mean two specific things. DNC will mean a medical form of abortion. DNC will mean the Democrat National Convention. But to most ears, they sound exactly the same. DNC, DNC. And what does it say about the Democrat Party when you consider that at their most important gathering of the year, they are celebrating the fact that free abortions will be offered. Oh, and free vasectomies for whatever that's worth. The state of the Democrat Party celebrating the fact that pregnant women can kill their babies as part of their attendance at this august event. No, I'm not an anti-abortion zealot. I'm just concerned that with the Democrat National Convention and the Democrat Party, it is treated as some sort of a sacrament. And by the way, the convention is the Democrat National Convention, not the Democratic National Convention. There's not very much democratic about it. The lady they're going to make their candidate for president earned that position not through any sort of a democratic process, but through the procedures of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And don't for a minute try to tell me she's not a DEI candidate. Joe Biden made it very clear before she was named that he was going to name a black woman as his vice presidential candidate. He did, and here we are. And the convention may just become a sideshow to the thousands of useful idiots, young people without a rational thinking capability, who will show up and protest on behalf of one of the most murderous religions ever to bless our planet. What a week. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. The Safe House crew hopes everyone is enjoying their vacation this summer. We know the criminals are watching and waiting for you to leave so they can bust in and steal your stuff. But hey, there is a solution. Come purchase a quality safe from Atlanta Safe House. And with summer rebates and specials, you can save hundreds and hundreds of dollars on a quality safe. And remember, don't let an illegal or crackhead deliver or move your safe. They could very well know your combination. So drop by the showroom or go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Mad Men. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Mad Men every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The Virginia governor, Youngkin, I believe.
Yeah, Youngkin.
Has just basically mandated paper ballots. It's your turn, Brian Kemp.
That's right.
Why this love affair with Dominion voting machines? I don't understand it. Why the love affair that they're forcing us to use these things that we don't trust?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
President Biden will take center stage in prime time. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. He'll speak on the first night of the Democratic Convention in Chicago, supporting Vice President Harris as his replacement.
Senator Amy Klobuchar said that there are going to be tears of joy when President Biden walks into this hall tonight because he, quote, literally saved democracy and beat Donald Trump. And Democrats see his decision to abandon his re-election bid as another heroic act in that effort.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich in Chicago. This morning, House Republicans detailed their allegations in the Biden impeachment inquiry. Fox's Brooke Singman reports they claim the president helped his family make money and overseas business dealings.
As vice president, President Biden actively participated in this conspiracy by, among other things, attending dinners with his family's foreign business partners and speaking to them by phone, often when being placed on speakerphone by his son, Hunter Biden.
Democrats have called the inquiry a political stunt, lacking evidence of wrongdoing. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is in Israel, continuing his push for a ceasefire for Gaza.
It is time for everyone to get to yes and to not look for any excuses to say no.
Blinken just met with the prime minister, but Hamas is rejecting the latest offer, claiming that Benjamin Netanyahu changed the terms. Ukrainian troops remain inside Russia, working to cut off supply lines in a counter-invasion. Fox's Jonathan Savage reports Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is creating a buffer zone
to, in his words, destroy as much Russian war potential as possible. Officials claim Ukrainian forces have destroyed 2 bridges used to supply Russian troops. Moscow has called the incursion a major provocation and promised to strike back. Their military is making gains of its own in eastern Ukraine.
And in the city of Kharkiv today, Ukrainian authorities are ordering families to evacuate as Russian troops close in. 2 people are missing in Oxford, Connecticut, after heavy rain. A foot in some areas caused flash flooding. America's listening to Fox.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Xtra.
And we're glad that you do. Thank you for being here. Listening on the Xtra 106.3 app, which is the most convenient way to listen. You can listen live and on demand, like if you just missed the last segment of the 7 o'clock hour, story time with Front Office Los, and he broke down the background of Kamala Harris, the things that she grew up with, and what she projects herself to have grown up with, the story that she tells publicly. Anyway.
I'm just a poor man from Dalton, Georgia.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, I recognize that.
I grew up in a trailer.
That's right.
Yeah.
I didn't, but every one of my family members did.
I too grew up in a trailer in Dalton.
Right. Rhino, no, you didn't.
Yes.
In New York.
Kamala Harris and me, Kamala Harris.
That's exactly right. Although Mama's got a trailer now. Mom bought her a new trailer. So
nice. You know, my mama lives in a trailer right now.
Are you serious, Los? No. You're telling to Kamala.
I'm just trying to steal your valor.
Yeah. That's right.
I have a crazy cousin Curtis.
Yeah. My cousin Curtis deals drugs, and he's been in and out of prison.
Well, I'm not sure he deals drugs, but I think he likes them.
Yeah. Well, my aunt raises goats and chickens. So.
She does?
Yeah.
Does she live in Cubbing?
Yeah.
Well,
I have a family member.
He's doing really well right now.
Named Peeps, who sends $10 eggs.
Yeah. We all have a Peeps. This is amazing. Although Peeps is worried she's going to have to get rid of one or both of her goats because the one has become so aggressive.
Yeah.
No. Remember, that's the one that butted my mother-in-law.
What's it called, Commander?
I don't even know if they have names. I recommended
everything attacks.
Beavis and Butthead. I recommend all kinds of names. She didn't choose any of them. But yeah, I guess the one has just got super aggressive.
I don't think you can eat goat.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of figure out something to do with it.
Actually, I think you can.
I don't know.
I think you can, boys and girls.
Yeah, you can.
Pretty sure you can.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Listen, there's a great place in Sandy Springs. It's a Jamaican restaurant. They make the best goat curries. Ooh. Call them.
Yeah. Look, they'll take them.
I've eaten a lot of weird stuff in my life. Like, quail, rattlesnake.
Yeah.
I've eaten raccoon. Mm-hmm. Like I've had
squirrel.
I'm
not trying to one up you, but I've had squirrel.
Well, I'm just saying I was over in Mobile, Alabama. It was the start of Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
And we went to a very hole-in-the-wall bar, and they were very traditional, and they had raccoon.
Well,
and I tried it, and it was bony, but not bad. So if you're telling me you can eat goat, I'm just saying I think I've eaten weirder than goat.
I think goat's probably up there as far as a delicacy in a lot of places. Anyway, but they may have to get rid of the goats, so we'll have to see. Replace them. Because the one is just so aggressive. It's just not.
Can't they just put it in its own field to eat all the grass by itself?
Well, yeah, they have done some of that, but they got to get in there and feed it. They got to get in there and tend to it. They got to get in, and every time they do, things come, just running at people. Yeah, horns up.
Horns up, let's go.
Horns up.
You know what I mean? He's coming to get people. He is not playing around. So I'll keep you posted on how that shakes out. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is the website. David Friedberg is a American entrepreneur, a businessman, a really, really, really smart man who's sold many, many companies and made a whole heck of a lot of money. He feels exactly the way we do about Kamala Harris and Kamala's economic plans that sound an awful lot like socialism.
Highly competitive, highly fragmented free market. And the free market
cause of price inflation in food is not the supposed price gouging by corporate players in the ag and food industry, all of whom are deeply competitive with one another, but rather is the result of the inflation associated with government spending and stimulus coming out of COVID.
Which is what we've been saying for as long as this show has existed. And that's the thing, boys, is that you're seeing these brilliant minds, these brilliant businessmen and economists, even leftist economists are saying, wait, price gouging? We don't really see it. And when you try to implement it, you end up looking like Cuba, Venezuela, and Argentina. Argentina's figured it out and are going through some really painful processes. They're taking their medicine, if you will.
Because they got cut government?
Yes, that's exactly right. They're slashing it.
Yeah.
They're slashing it.
But if you tell me that we're in a scenario with a natural disaster, let's say that we do have some sort of crazy weather system that hits Atlanta, and suddenly somebody wants to charge you or Rhino or me $10 for a gallon of gas. Okay, that's price gouging.
Yes.
That's how that works, because that is outside of normal economic forces. When, I can go down the road and get it for $3.30. It just so happens you're trying to take advantage of the situation. All right. That's not what's happening when it comes to the grocery market. And to think, and this is where the programming is so deep. We had Liberal John a few weeks ago. I still remember him blaming it on corporate price gouging.
Right.
He went, hold on a second, the margin is 1.2%. That's their profit margin on everything they're doing. That's not price gouging.
And you heard Charles Payne on Fox News Channel reference that specifically.
Price gouging is like 300%.
He called out Kroger, which is based in Cincinnati and has a huge presence here, 2.9%. And as Rhino pointed out earlier, it was actually pretty good because most of the grocery stores are not making that much.
No, they're between 1% and 3%. So, I mean, you know the facts if you actually go and look them up and if you want to read about them, if you're willing to. Otherwise, you can just be the useful idiot that will repeat everything that they continue to tell you. But I think a lot of people are a lot smarter than that. And quietly, they may say they're going to continue to vote for Kamala. They may realize, that, hey, I better not talk about the price gouging because it is that ridiculous. These corporations aren't price gouging, but that's their main line of attack. If you want to create government jobs, government control, what do you have to do? You have to get rid of free market. You have to get rid of capitalism. That's why they want to get rid of big oil. That's why they want to get rid of all these big corporations. But, it's funny because when you see somebody else like Mark Cuban going out there, I thought somebody put it, and I don't know who it was. It was probably just a regular, normal person who said, well, would you invest on Shark Tank for someone who was only going to make 1% to 3% profit? So why are you sitting here and playing the game like you think this is really corporate price gouging? You know better than that. But yet, Mark Cuban, who's brilliant, still reiterates the same lies that the Harris, presidency is trying to throw out there.
I hate to go after my fellow Americans like this, and this applies to my family as well. There's a point where we have dumbed down education to the point in America where people await programming. They wait to be told what to think, and so then they make their adjustments accordingly. And I bring up this person. This is somebody named Dr. Jane George. I ended up retweeting her over the weekend. This is a person who runs on the Democrat side out of Tennessee. They're always trying to land a congressional seat. Fortunately, you don't send her there. She wrote on Twitter, "Are you kidding me? In 2022, Kroger reported an operating profit of over $4 billion. Walmart had an operating profit of $21 billion. Costs have increased to consumers every year since COVID." All caps. The corporations are gouging consumers.
Oh, my God.
And by the time it got thrown in her face of, these places, and they pointed them out, you're talking about here was their actual amount of money they made. Yeah, you're talking about 1.2 to 3%. That's not price gouging.
No, of course. And that's another thing.
But they focus on the big number to be like, make you go crazy.
Right. So and that's the thing that Frederickberg went on to say. He basically reiterated that exact same thing.
CPG companies have lower margins and supermarkets have lower margins. So there is nowhere in the ag supply chain that we are seeing fundamentally price gouging and profit taking happening. What's happened is the cost of labor, the cost of moving stuff around, the cost of fuel, the cost of electricity, the cost of goods has all risen with inflation because of the increase in money supply and federal spending and the stimulus associated with the Federal Reserve buying assets. So arguably, I would say that unlimited bread lines like you see in the image behind me today, as we can see in Soviet Russia. This is a mistake, it's a problem, and it's anti-American, it's anti-free market, it's anti-innovation, it's anti-productivity, and ultimately it's anti-liberty. And I cannot stand it.
Which is what we've all been saying. It's not hard to understand supply and demand. If you give a lot of people a lot of money that's been printed, and there all of a sudden there's a fake demand, a inflated demand, and there's not enough supply, then inflation rises, prices rise. That's exactly what's going to happen. Different subject, but same thing's going to happen in the housing market with $25,000 for every new home buyer.
And the reality of it is, too, I thought he did a great job breaking that down. But what we also need to reiterate and what we need to get out there is who's going to get hurt the most. It's going to be the low-income communities that when they don't have the food, what are they going to do? We know what they will want to do. They're going to want to go in and loot stores and make sure that they get food for their family. And how can we blame them when they're starving and they want to do these things? So what's going to happen then? Any of these businesses are going to shut down in areas, and they're going to have to shut their doors because they're not going to have the funding to be able to run these. And it's going to happen in the Democrat-run cities like it continually does. And we continually see these businesses leaving these Democrat-run cities because they are being shut down. They are being looted. They can't afford things anymore. That's where it's going to end up. And that's why those bread lines are going to be in those communities first.
I want you to think about this. Tug, you've been looking to the possibility of downsizing your home and you and your wife moving on to another place. Obviously, the interest rates do not make that realistic. But what if, because remember, if we can start this with groceries, and remember, if you look at Kroger, their margin is 1.4. All right? So let's just say that's what it is on groceries. What if I told you the sale of your home, you could only make 5%? As far as your profit margin,
or less,
exactly. Now remember, it's nice.
I would be frustrated because the value of our house is way
more than that, right?
Way more than 5%. Well, it's actually at 50.
Well, why are you price gouging the market?
Right,
but see, and that's strictly by my own opinion, and it becomes ridiculous, and there is no stopping it. When you started as something as simple as a bowl of cereal, here's what I can charge. When it comes down to what my groceries are. Now we're starting this as price gouging. Like there's going to be a point, Rhino, where you're going to want to sell your truck.
Right.
And I tell you, well, you could only have 3% on that. Kelley Blue, whatever the Kelley Blue Book value is, 3% from there. And you go, hold on.
But I put all this stuff in it.
But yeah, and I put all this work and I took care of it and it's running perfectly. 3%.
Excessive profits.
But you start to see personally what the changes mentally that you do where you go, well, I'm not going to make that available, or I'm going to sidestep this, or you start seeing how those black markets occur.
When we talk about waste, when we talk about, record profits and profits in general, there's so many areas that we can actually cut and look at. Let's talk about the Postal Service that doesn't make any money. In fact, they're a loss, and we continue to put money into it. What if we didn't anymore? What if we didn't put money into the Department of Education that just wastes money and, these people make absorbent amount of money. I mean, they don't even know what to do with all the money they're making, and they're overpaid. Our teachers aren't. It's not getting filtered down. So this is the elites. This is what they continue to do. They create these jobs like the Department of Education. These people stand up there in Washington, D.C., keep running their mouths. They're all making $200,000-$300,000 a year or more because they also have some other kickbacks. And then our teachers are making what? So as these people sit here and these teachers sit and complain about their salaries, the Department of Education, all the people up there, they're fine. They're making great money. All these people who are coming up with these ideas of what you're supposed to push to our children, they're rolling in the dough. They're not filtering it down. The same thing is going to happen with this idea of socialism and communism that they continue to tell us about. Look in your real lives. Look what's happening now, and you can figure it out.
All you have to do is look at any government program. Find me one that's successful.
Amtrak.
Post office.
No.
No. That's what I'm saying. There's not one government entity, one government agency that is effective, that does things, because there's no incentive to do better.
Well, we've only been really good at one thing. That's blowing S up.
Yeah.
And now we're not as good at it anymore either.
We're actually really bad shape when it comes to that.
We used to be like elite at blowing S up. And now we're like, well... yeah, we'll see.
Now
we'll get around to it.
Now our government's trying to figure out what excessive profit is. just in your eyes. And Los's example is so good. Your house is worth, let's say your house is doubled in value, which most people's have. Let's say you bought it for $200,000, now it's worth $4 when you sell it.
But I'm only going to allow you to make 5%.
Because that's an excessive profit.
Now, the one benefit is that you'll sit back and say, well, hey, the government's going to get this on the capital gains tax. Like this, here's what they're going to make on this end. But at a certain point, they'll go, we're eliminating capital gains taxes.
That's right.
But we're capping how much you can sell it for.
Yeah,
price control, baby.
Anything that ends in control that the government's involved in is a bad idea. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3.
By the way, that left will go, they're eliminating capital gains taxes. Yeah!
That's the greatest
But
day
I
of my
can sell
life.
my house for 5%.
Sorry about your luck. Because, conservatives are always so much happier than liberals. And it seems to be so easy to understand why. I went to church yesterday. I don't worship at the altar of government, so that's why I'm happier. It seems pretty straightforward. I think it's an obvious statement. There was a writer in the AJC that could not understand why conservatives are happier than liberals. And when I read this, was just beside myself because they cannot miss the reasoning behind it. How do you miss it? Be angry about something all the time or find joy, actual joy, not Kamala Harris style joy, in things that matter to you. It's not about having things. It's about the people that are around you. Find your center. Find what matters to your faith, your family, and you will be in a better place too. If you're a liberal, maybe give it a try. I don't know. See if it might work. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we come back. Drunk Kamala may not be real, but it's forcing her to come out of the shadows to prove it. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, get the app so you can listen live and on demand to anything you might have missed this morning or even last week. It's always available. Wherever you download your apps, just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta.
The best thing is, she says, the first day I'm in office, I'm going to work for the middle class and bring down these prices. You're in power right now.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
We've all heard it before. Buy one, get one Windows. 10% off if you call today. $500 off if you sign tonight. But are these really a special? If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Hi, this is Candace with Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. Don't fall for it. It's exhausting trying to keep up with all the fake specials being offered. And we all say the same thing. We're all licensed, we're all insured, we all have 5-star reviews. At Exovations, we want to earn your business the right way. But don't take our word for it. Let us show you why we say we are different from other contractors. To find out what it means to have an on-time, on-budget, and stress-free renovation, call me today at 770-205-2995 or online at exovations.com. That's exovations.com.
Are you concerned about securing your family's future and assets? Look no further than Nelson Elder Care Law. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we offer absolute assurance and peace of mind through our comprehensive asset protection services. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com to explore how we can safeguard your legacy and provide tailored solutions for your family's well-being.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsetc.com.
One of the hardest things to do is to walk away from a paycheck. As retirement planners, Masterplan knows how hard it can be to pull the trigger on your own retirement. Don't go it alone. Masterplan is a holistic retirement planning firm that works with you to create a retirement plan to help maximize your golden years. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life. Enter retirement with confidence. Contact Masterplan to analyze your retirement outlook and create a plan that's right for you. All initial consultations are complimentary, so contact us today and begin your pursuit towards peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
When you buy a Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, you're buying more than a vehicle. You're buying safety for your family and something that will last a long, long time. In other words, you're buying trust. For a limited time, you can celebrate amazing offers on the all-new Forester, Crosstrek, or Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event now through September 3rd. Plus, you can enjoy special financing on select new 2024 Outback models. And you'll love more than just your new Subaru. You'll love the dedicated staff at Subaru of Gwinnett with some of the best service specialists in the area and a team you know you can trust. You'll ride with peace of mind knowing that Subaru of Gwinnett has your back. During the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you'll find that Subaru model you've always dreamed about at a price that makes that dream come true. But you'll need to get in by September 3rd to take advantage. We'll make it easy. Just start with a test drive. And before you know it, you'll be in the Subaru you love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com. Then stop by on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth. SubaruofGwinnett.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, August 19th. Paulding County Sheriff's Office lost a hero, and a wife and two children lost their husband and father. Deputy Brandon Cunningham was just 30 years old when he was called out with a fellow deputy to a home on Foggy Creek Lane. He was ambushed as soon as he got out of the car and shot. He was then rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. James Samuel Atkins, 42, was identified as the shooter. After shooting Deputy Cunningham, Atkins went back into the home where he shot his wife and then turned the gun on himself. His wife was rushed to the hospital where she is listed in critical but stable condition. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirmed they were on site in Bartow County after residents in Adairsville reported seeing SWAT deputies and police set up in driveways in their own subdivision. The GBI confirmed that they were investigating an officer-involved shooting and gathering evidence at a home on Country Cove Lane. No other details have been released. And in sports, Ramon Laureano homered for the second straight game with the Atlanta Braves as they wrapped up their 10-game road trip with a 3-1 win over the Los Angeles Angels yesterday. Charlie Morton struck out 7 in 5 1/3 innings in the win. The Braves, who sit 7 games back of the Phillies in the NL East, will welcome home those Phillies for a 3-game set that begins tomorrow night.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their website. Get yourself a maintenance agreement today. It's finally here. The honeymoon seems to be coming to an end. I mean, we've been talking about the craziness and the policies that are just absolutely wacky and do not work in America, not in a capitalist society, not in a supply and demand, understanding the way the economy works. That's what Kamala is preaching and spouting. But even the leftist outlets, Los, are calling her on the carpet, and it's about time.
I love the fact that we are now playing chess with this. It's no longer checkers. This is a smarter game, and it started over the weekend when you had so much of the corporate media saying, hold on, Kamala Harris, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You're looking to create these price controls, and economically, this sounds a whole lot more like socialism and communism than anything else. And then we jumped on, and we piled on, and this is how we did it. We spent the better part of Saturday and Sunday telling you Kamala was a drunk. All right? Now, that was not the Trump J.D. Vance campaign.
No.
That was the rest of us going, all right, the good news is she's a drunk. The bad news is if she's not a drunk, this is what she sounds like regularly.
So you decide which one you're hoping for.
So what it does now is it creates an environment where the media has called her out to say, you need to start making more sense. We piled on to say, use a drunk. So what does she have to do now? She has to talk more.
Right.
Just to get out there. Yep. And the more she talks, the worse it gets. And so this is a genius play. Because they all pay attention to this stuff. The left pays attention to social media more than anybody else out there. They're now sitting back saying, Ms. Harris, you're going to have to get out there and give some speeches and prove that you're not a drunk. And so if she is a drunk, well, it's just going to confirm it, and that's going to work out pretty well for us anyway. But if she's not a drunk, then she's going to be out there talking, and that helps us even more.
Yeah, I mean, let her. You said it earlier. Let her continue to talk. Let her get out there. They are going to do whatever they can to keep her. Everything is going to be a planned speech, something that they write for her, something that they want her to say, how she's going to be able to do it, and what she's going to be able to do. But if you get her off script, if you get her like CNN did yesterday, that's when we're going to get the word salads. That's when we're going to get her to continue to say, well, I don't really have an idea of how this is going to work. Because
or what
that's
it's going
I
to
heard.
cost. That's the other thing.
She has no idea. Because you know what? She's not in a she's never done this. She's never run a business. She's never run anything. She doesn't understand any of it. What she's told her, here are the talking points, go ahead and do it. They won't let her sit down for an interview for a reason. They don't want the people of America to get introduced to her. They just want their policies put out there. But I do love when she does speak in circles and has no idea what she's talking about. So hopefully some of the press now, because you see CNN getting out there going, we're getting called on the carpet because we interviewed J.D. Vance, we interviewed Donald Trump, we have him for town halls, but we can't get one of these two people to sit down with us.
Because they do, as Lowe's, and both of you said, they don't want her speaking because it is detrimental to her campaign if she speaks. The Biden basement Biden, however you want to put it, there was a reason they didn't want him out there. And they're using that same strategy with her. And we'll see how it works or if it doesn't.
Well, let's play the game out. We said that Joe Biden had dementia for the longest time. And no matter how much proof you got, it finally took until we had a debate where everyone went, oh my God, he really does have dementia. Like he really... The look on his face when he would stare off into space, okay, that's where it was. It's now on Kamala Harris. If you're not a drunk, why don't you show up and talk in public on a regular basis off a prompter? All right?
She can't.
Can you do it? Can you do it, Kamala? Why are we talking about boozing at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon? At least I have the good nature to wait till like 8:30, 9 o'clock for the most part, unless it's a Friday and I'm with Tug and Rhino. In that case, you might catch me at 1:30 in the afternoon, well after work. Kamala is on duty the whole time. You aren't allowed, as the vice president, as somebody who's trying to be the chief executive, to be drunk at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and speaking nonsense.
Well, this is what it sounds like.
It's a different standard.
Listen to this. You got it. Okay, we'll get it next time. Oh. Listen to the woo girl come out.
So it sounds like every Buckhead bar I used to go to in the 90s.
Or
when a girl got drunk.
Every girl that was in Truist Park last Saturday night at the Luke Bright.
Yeah.
But here's the other end of it. And so if she's not drunk Kamala Harris, I want you to take a listen to this piece of audio. This is her in Pennsylvania. She's talking to a football team. She's off prompter, okay? Is she drunk? No, I don't believe so. Not yet. But when she is sober and off prompter, this is what she says.
Huh? Huh? That's not motivating anybody. Those
You'll
kids
be
are going
undefeated, even if you don't win every game. It won't defeat your spirit.
Do you expect that Kirby Smart over in Athens, when two-time, back-to-back national champions, do you think he motivates his players at Georgia that way?
No, he curses and he says, "I want you to eat."
That's right. You better go kick somebody.
He's like, "I got one of these rings. I want you to have one. I want you to eat." And she's busy going, "If you're undefeated with your spirit, you will, even if you lose games."
What does that even mean? I mean, that's the thing. You can't even explain that. Nobody knows what that means.
It's just jibber jab.
She might be better. She might be better drunk.
She might be.
That's right. Because then she would probably cuss a little bit. Y'all get out there and kick their ass.
At least she has energy and she laughs and does weird. She ain't as awkward when she's lit up a little bit.
Yeah.
This might be new grandma vodka.
That's
this
what
might
everybody does, though, right? Everybody becomes a little less apprehensive and becomes a little more social when they've had a little sip. And sometimes that's all you need is a little sip. Maybe she's taking the whole big sips.
But you would think like there would be a lot more, stumbling and, walking around like Joe, whatever.
That's why
but you never know. Look, it could be that. It could also be like whose cocaine was that in the White House in the entrance? I mean,
trying to say she was sharing it with Hunter.
Well, I'm just saying, a lot of people do cocaine
Rumor
because it helps with the drunkenness and the alcoholism. It keeps you going. Oh,
Is
absolutely.
that real? I've never heard that before.
Most
in my
people
life.
who do cocaine, it's to kind of bring back that drunkenness a little bit so they don't seem as drunk and they can do more drinking.
Zapped you back to life.
So you never know.
Learn something
and now,
new today.
listen, I don't want people to think like I'm starting a rumor that she's doing cocaine. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if she was.
Yeah. I'm not starting a rumor. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But I would be incredibly nervous if you were to put me on stage or put me on a show and I'm drunk.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine?
Like, I would be freaking, like, I would be going, everyone knows that I'm drunk. Everyone, like, I can't imagine how, if she's going out in public, one way or another, that would freak me out. Like, as much as you say, hey, you have a couple drinks and you go on another because the inhibitions are less, you're not as nervous. Man, I would freak out.
A perfect example of that is Ingrid Andress singing the national anthem before the MLB All-Star game. I've been around her several times, and she's so even-keeled, so sweet, and never did I have any idea that there was any sort of issue.
Sure.
She walks out, and you could see the minute she got out there that when you go back and watch it, that she's trying to adjust to, oh my God, what's about to happen? There's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
And then things just went south from there.
They're professional drunks. I mean, you do
She's
build
not
up a
one.
tolerance. And
She's not
sometimes
one.
She's not one, but she may have been for a long time. And you don't know, we don't know if there was anything else involved either that, kind of led to that point. But yeah, this is going to be a problem if this is a true rumor about her drinking and having a drinking problem. I wouldn't put it past her because she does come off that way. So we're going to ask those questions because if it was Donald Trump, they'd be asking that all the time.
Oh my gosh.
How many times do we hear Donald Trump's drunk and you're like, well, he doesn't drink, and they're like, well, you know what I mean.
Well, it was Donald Trump is slurring, and like, no, that's compression. Mm-hmm. Okay, and what did they do? They posted the audio of him talking to the phone and doing the interview that he did in Spaces when he was with Elon Musk. All right, ball's now in Kamala Harris's court. Show up in places, sound coherent, get off a prompter, don't sound drunk. Because I'll tell you this, and listen, I've been drunk a lot, okay? Like that, but I will tell you this:
experience.
If there is ever any point where I start doing some drinking, it's because I am not going anywhere near a microphone.
Exactly.
Like that is
I'm not talking.
Yeah, I am not getting anywhere near a microphone. If you catch me a little bit tipsy or drunk somewhere, know that I don't have a show to do.
Right.
And she, for some reason, keeps having these moments where you go, you're either nervous or you're a little bit out there or you're drunk.
It'd be great if Peter Doocy was put on this Kamala Harris campaign and he brought a breathalyzer and was like, would you blow in this? Would you blow in this right now?
Yeah.
You think she'd fail?
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know. It'd be like, I don't think it'd come up 0000.
Might not. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. The DNC is expecting these huge anti-Israel and pro-Hamas protests. Earlier in the show, we thought maybe that those wouldn't start until 1 or 2. They're already after it this morning, already having issues at the DNC that we didn't have at the RNC. They're already having these real problems, and this is going to grow and grow. This is just the calm before the storm, Rhino.
It really is. And, the plans and what they do behind the scenes, that's the scariest part. The things that they're talking about behind the scenes, the way they're organizing. Don't think that these people aren't well organized. They are, obviously, getting 100,000, or what they say is 100,000. But still, even 30,000 to 60,000 people marching in the streets, and they're picking up more and more people as they go on. But they're already out there this morning. Cops are already lined up. They're already walking. They're already planning. They've sent out memos of what they want to do. Their main objective is to shut down the DNC. Their main objective is to garner as much attention for a cause that they don't even know what they're actually protesting for. Because if they knew who they were trying to protest for, they probably wouldn't protest the people that would love to pretty much kill all those same people. But the reality of this is, these are your fascists, your what they call anti-fascists. This is the same group, but they're there to cause trouble. And one of their signs says, let's shut this place down. Then that should be scary for a lot of people.
Absolutely, and I wish none of that to happen, because it's going to cause incredible violence. It's going to cause incredible issue with probably people being injured and all the things that we want no part of. But look, the Democrats have invited this. This is their base. These are the people that they call supporters. I mean, you've already seen it there. This young woman, of course, in her commie mask, jumping up on stage while they're just prepping a facility for a rally and an event, and there's nobody in the building except reporters that I can tell. And she's got her mask on as if, and I mean like COVID style mask, and goes up there and she's just screaming about Palestinian death and all this.
It's hard
genocide.
to hear you with your N95.
But see, that's the thing. You can't really understand what she's saying.
Off.
But she's it sounds like this is all muffled. She's like, hey, you have to realize it. And you can't understand it. The only thing I heard was Killer Kamala.
Yeah, Killer Kamala, blah, blah, blah. The funny part about it was that you see the DNC staff kind of freak out.
They're like, what do we do?
Like, oh my God. And they're trying to rip the microphone. Nobody thought, hey, you know what? Turn off the mic.
Yeah. Back at the mixer.
They're doing a sound check, and he's like, whatever.
Here was the moment where, the moment of clarity when it comes to them. There was a moment where they were getting ready to rush her, and they go, she's too black to tackle. Because if we do it, we're going to look awful.
Be the ones.
Meanwhile, I looked over at the Trump rally from Saturday, and somebody tried to hold up a Hitler sign, and
that was amazing.
Tore that dude apart.
Yeah.
I was like, that's pretty good. You want to talk about the diversity of the crowd? It was the black dude who took the sign down and tore the dude up. I was like, okay. Meanwhile, over in Chicago, they're like, don't know if we want to do anything about this.
It is kind of funny, because if that was anybody else other than a black man who went and said, I'm offended by this Hitler sign.
How violent are they?
How violent are they? Yep. And now you don't hear anything about this because normally you'd hear about all the violence, and they look for any breadcrumb of violence at any Trump rally. Unfortunately, they never find it unless it's a counter protester,
because it would be reported everywhere. You wouldn't be able to miss it if there was.
Exactly. And they're not reporting this at all. Why? Because you know what? He was offended by somebody who put up a sign, basically, again, anti-Semitic sign. But also, when you look at Hitler, you also think about he's anti-black, he's anti-everything, and because that's who he went after. He went after everybody unless they were pure blood Germans, in his opinion. So, yeah, it was good to see that somebody stood up. I never like to see violence. I didn't want to see that man, even though he was black and very offended, I didn't want to see him beat that guy down. I was glad when they ripped up his sign and threw it. I would like to see him, because I don't like violence in general, but hey, so be it. At least it was him.
And I want to see more pictures of the wall they're building around their entire convention.
What about the checkpoint for IDs?
Yeah.
Not only you know what they did with the wall? It's not just a wall. They've moved dump trucks in to block the whole entrance. You can't get past these huge trucks.
I want to see somebody be like, no, I'm not showing you my ID. But why? That's racist to show me ID, or for me to have to show you ID. There's no way.
Why do I have to do that? I don't need this to vote. Why do I need to show you this to get in?
What's the difference? Dude, I hope somebody brings some attention to that ridiculousness and that obvious, just lack of any sort of ability to be honest. Gosh, that's the worst. Folks who've actually created businesses, not just lived off the government, have something to say about Comrade Kamala. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Where does she get her first interview when she finally speaks?
Probably that Brianna girl from CNN.
Sesame Street.
Yeah.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Your great-grandmother's wedding ring, your grandfather's favorite watch, your mom's special bracelet. These are heirlooms that will be handed down from generation to generation. There are some things that just stay in the family. So when it's time to celebrate one of life's best moments, do it with a piece of jewelry and a company that has been helping Georgia folks for decades. If you're celebrating a birthday, anniversary, or the birth of a child, stop into Solomon Brothers today. We'll help you pick out that perfect gift for any occasion. And when you visit a Solomon Brothers location, you'll see real Solomons like me providing unmatched customer service like my family has for over 40 years. So when it's time to shop, shop the mom and pop, Solomon Brothers Jewelers. On Peachtree Road in Buckhead, on Old Milton Parkway in Alpharetta, and now on Fisher Crossing Drive in Sharpsburg. Shop us online at SolomonBrothers.com or on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
Jim Niarchos here with exciting news. The All Four Seasons Home Show returns to Atlanta Radio this Saturday morning at 9, bringing you advice and tips from some of Georgia's top business owners. Join Dan Watkins and myself when we will be helping you make smarter purchases, save money, and keep from getting ripped off. That's the All Four Seasons Home Show every Saturday morning at 9, right here on Extra 106.3. The EQE SUV electrifies the spirit, soul, and body of the Mercedes-Benz SUV. User-friendly technology meets thoughtful utility, thorough refinement, and earth-friendlier power. Satisfying for both drivers and passengers with innovations that only Mercedes-Benz can deliver. Experience the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 SUV today. Lease one for just $699 per month for 36 months with $71.93 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through September 3rd, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now has a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after-the-sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
Extra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Maybe you've seen the TV show Bar Rescue, hosted by John Taffer. He's got a really, really nice location, a Taffer's Tavern in Alpharetta that I've been to several times. It is amazing in there.
But you don't watch Bar Rescue?
I don't, no.
All right, there's like 239 episodes or so, and I've seen every one of them.
Man, you really like John Taffer.
I watched like 4 episodes last night after the Braves game.
Really? I listened to the Post Malone record back and forth about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9
And I'm watching John Taffer.
Yeah.
Is he still doing new ones?
Yeah. We're in season like 9 as of now, 9 or 10.
The one thing I know about him for sure is that he cares about the economy.
Oh, he knows local business. He is, I mean, profit margins, everything else. He knows what he's talking about.
And for him to go on Fox News Channel and talk to Neil Cavuto and say, Neil, this is the end of the free market. If what Kamala Harris has suggested with price controls and the ability to give people $25,000 to buy their first home when it is, newcomers or something like that. I forget exactly the wording as you put it. And you're like,
new generation owners.
Yeah, first generation. First generation owners. You're like, wonder what that means. Anyway, point being, he's reading into it the same things that you and I are. This reminds me a little bit, Los, when you brought up Peloton. Remember what Peloton was? Inexpensive, and then they made it exclusive, right?
They raised the price.
They started charging more, and all of a sudden, people gravitated toward it. Just like when he's saying, if we give better service, people gravitate toward us.
But he's talking about, and this is the part that I just don't think that people understand unless they've been in this business. Like Rhino understands this.
Yep.
If you tell Rhino that the cost of his chicken wings went up by $1, all right, he's going to pass that cost along to the next person along the line. What John Taffer is saying is that if it's going to cost the fishermen that much more money, gasoline or anything else in order to get that shrimp, that cost is typically passed along the line. If they cannot, then there becomes a disincentive to even go shrimp.
Why would you?
Right. See, and I think that's the important part too, is that you start to lose focus on what's important. So when they continue to do this, that's when you start cutting products off your menu you can no longer afford. This is when you start cutting products out of your grocery store. So when Carlos talked about the eggs, well, maybe they realize, hey, well, we don't want eggs. We don't want beef. So now all of a sudden you're looking and going, okay, so all we have to eat is oranges and here's some ham.
Yeah, the idea is that if the profit margin is going to be eaten up by a local business by carrying a certain product, you don't want to have a whole lot of loss leaders, all right? But let's just say that in order for you to carry, let's say, X amount of beef, and it's going to cost you to the point where it's going to cost you $5 every single time you bring in another pound, you're either going to keep very little or none of it on hand. Because, again, the cost got passed along to you, but you can't change your pricing.
What about this taking it a step further? And I hadn't really thought about this until just now. And it's something you said, Rhino, that made me think about it. They don't want you to eat beef. Maybe they don't want you to eat eggs. So sure. There's a bigger political movement out there about taking foods away from people, and we want you to eat bugs.
Absolutely,
it's all part of that whole environmental. Political movement that has nothing to do with the environment. So it makes you wonder if some of this is not absolutely designed to do those things that the Democrat Party and communists in general want to happen anyway.
All of it is. All of it goes hand in hand. One of the toughest things for me running my restaurant was actually gas prices, because they fluctuate so much, which also affects how much people don't understand business. They don't understand what it's like to keep the electricity on. They don't understand what it's like to have to bring in different point of sale systems, how much you spend on napkins, how much you spend on paper cups, how much you spend on everything else that the price has to go up. It's not just the food. You get gouged as a restaurant owner in every way, but it's the gasoline, the amount that you have to pay because you pay Cisco and US Foods a gas charge for them to fill up and bring you your food. Not to mention, every restaurant that I've ever owned, we needed gas to run our ovens, our stoves, and be more efficient. They want to cut all that out too. What do you think that's going to do to the amount of people aren't going to be eating pizza anymore? They're going to cut out pizza. Think about what they said in New York. We're going to get rid of gas stoves. You're no longer going to be able to do it.
The new buildings are not even prepared to have that in there.
They're cutting out what you're allowed to have because they don't want you to have the American idea or dream or have what you want.
Part of the reason I've loved Bar Rescue is that John Taffer will oftentimes take people that have purchased a bar, probably shouldn't be running a bar, and then teaches them about the business of running a bar. And so, for instance, when he starts talking to you about your labor costs, your food costs, your liquor costs, those are basically a set percentage of what you're doing in the business. And if that percentage gets out of whack, well, then you're not running things correctly. The problem is, what happens when you're running it accordingly by those percentages, but yet the economy is hitting you with whenever it's gasoline or food costs or anything else like that? You have to be able to move your prices accordingly in order to make those margins work. If I'm supposed to have a 30% labor cost and then I'm supposed to have a 30% food cost, but right now my food cost is 40%, well, I got to move up what I'm charging.
I got to be able to afford it, or otherwise I can't be in business.
But this is what Kamala Harris is proposing, is that you cannot move according to what your costs are.
So there's two sides of it. Yes, does it sound like socialism and communism? But the flip of that coin is that their intent to begin with? Something for you to stew on. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update. We'll continue with Trump has Pennsylvania in his sights, and he's got a good shot. Next on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
For the next week, DNC will mean two specific things. DNC will mean a medical form of abortion. DNC will mean the Democrat National Convention. But to most ears, they sound exactly the same. DNC, DNC. And what does it say about the Democrat Party when you consider that at their most important gathering of the year, they are celebrating the fact that free abortions will be offered. Oh, and free vasectomies for whatever that's worth. The state of the Democrat Party celebrating the fact that pregnant women can kill their babies as part of their attendance at this august event. No, I'm not an anti-abortion zealot. I'm just concerned that with the Democrat National Convention and the Democrat Party, it is treated as some sort of a sacrament. And by the way, the convention is the Democrat National Convention, not the Democratic National Convention. There's not very much democratic about it. The lady they're going to make their candidate for president earned that position not through any sort of a democratic process, but through the procedures of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And don't for a minute try to tell me she's not a DEI candidate. Joe Biden made it very clear before she was named that he was going to name a black woman as his vice presidential candidate. He did, and here we are. And the convention may just become a sideshow to the thousands of useful idiots, young people without a rational thinking capability, who will show up and protest on behalf of one of the most murderous religions ever to bless our planet. What a week. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
The Atlanta Braves are proud to host Alumni Weekend, presented by your local Ford dealer, August 23rd through the 25th, when the Washington Nationals come to Truist Park. The weekend kicks off Friday with a Braves Legends Parade through the Battery, followed by an alumni roll call on the field. Saturday's activities include autograph sessions with your favorite former Braves and the always competitive Home Run Derby competition. Don't miss the fun. Find all the details and get your tickets at braves.com/alumni weekend.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 106.3. We're at XTRA 106.3 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 106.3 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
It's President Biden's night. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. He'll speak on the first day of the Democratic Convention, weeks after dropping out of the race, supporting Vice President Harris, who will accept the nomination Thursday.
So this is effectively a big show to say that a new leader is taking the stage with the president's blessing and all is good.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich also reports from Chicago.
We're getting a better sense of how Harris is using this convention, and it's shaping up to have a message that's light on policy and heavy on vibes, that it's time to unite and take the fight to Trump.
The former president and his running mate J.D. Vance plan to campaign this week in battleground states to counter the Democrats' message. There'll be a Trump rally this afternoon in York, Pennsylvania. Back to Chicago, there will be a lot of anti-war demonstrations, angry at the Biden administration's support of Israel and Gaza.
There's going to be more than 200 groups protesting, many of them pro-Palestinian protesters, and there are concerns among some analysts that among the extreme groups there could be an attempt to grab attention away through confrontation from the convention.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is in Israel pushing a ceasefire for Gaza.
This is a decisive moment, probably the best, maybe the last opportunity
to get the hostages home.
Hamas has rejected the latest peace offer, blaming Israel for changing the terms. Before the Biden speech tonight, House Republicans released their report this morning in their impeachment inquiry, alleging the president defrauded the U.S. and abused his power as vice president to help enrich his family.
These accusations against the Bidens are wide-ranging. The report says, quote, several witnesses testified that Hunter Biden invoked his father in business dealings with Romanian, Chinese, Kazakhstani, and Ukrainian companies, resulting in millions of dollars flowing to the Biden family.
That's Fox's Brooke Singman. President Biden's denied any wrongdoing. Democrats have called this inquiry a sham and a political stunt. America's listening to Fox.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with a Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Anti-Semitic chants going on early this morning. 9:03 here in Atlanta, 8:03 in Chicago. They've got their supplies laid out. Their megaphones, their spray paint, their signs that they're going to protest with in their masks.
Dorks. Yet, you know what? I can't believe so many women are able to show their hair during this and not have their keffiyehs over their hair and are showing their faces. I mean, the mask is good, but shouldn't they be covering up?
Do you look at this rogue misfits that are protesting in front of the DNC and go, yep, those are the people that I want to be associated with?
I hate to be ugly, but in this case, I think it's warranted. This is a convention of people outside of there who can't get laid. So they have sought community around. And you know what? They're real hopeful. Like, they went down there and they're like, hey, we're going to meet some girls, man, and things are going to work out. And then you recognize, no, they're not interested in you. And you aren't really interested in them either. So now you're just stuck being the guy who went down there saying, oh, there's chicks. Ain't no chicks, man.
When are the real delusional, like, Hamas members going to turn on the ones that they would turn on a regular everyday basis?
Like actuality?
Yeah, like, when are they going to be like, what are you talking about? You're for abortion. We're not for abortion. In fact, we want to procreate as much as we can
to
further it.
Well, further the
what do you mean you want to be a woman or you want to be a man when you're not?
Well, what hat are you wearing that day? That's all.
Well, yeah, that's for the people. But he said, I think what he's saying is
there's real people in there that are delusional about, Israel and delusional about the fact that they own. There are real Palestinians in there that are delusional.
Like 1 or 2%.
When are they going to turn on the LGBTQAI plus for Palestine? When are they going to turn on that?
Look at that thing in the Wisconsin shirt.
Yeah, wow. But I forget who I was listening to when they talked about.
Were those stakes, by the way?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Big wooden stakes?
Well, they're making their protest signs.
It's okay to lie to people and use them to further the cause, and then later you get rid of them. I think that's the reason that doesn't happen.
So they're like, hey, we'll use them, and then when we get control, then we'll throw them off buildings. Right. Then we'll stone them in the streets.
I think it was
Then we'll rape and behead them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's all better now. It's just to clear it up.
And the ironic thing about Planned Parenthood's offering free snips to the guys and free abortions to the women.
Who goes to a rally and gets the snip done.
How many men are going to be convinced by these crazy women that they're with that they've fallen into this? That all of a sudden now they're like, oh, I guarantee you there are men that wear buns and pretend they're women.
I know that.
There's going to be men that go, you know what? Okay, I'll go get snipped for you, honey.
Did you bring frozen peas to sit on? I mean, are they going to provide that? I mean, you got to have some sort of preparation.
It's not a comfortable weekend,
That's
by
what
the way.
I'm saying. It's like, well, you just go and then are you going to attend the DNC?
Look at that. Free snips. Cool.
While you're in pain?
Come on, Los, let's go.
I mean, that just makes no sense whatsoever.
The only good thing is they're not procreating at that point. So maybe, you know what? The Democrat and the socialist will just eventually just disappear.
They told me the medication was every 4 hours. Don't wait. Pro tip. Don't wait 4 hours.
Go Virgin
3.5 hours.
I think you're probably the only one left.
Never experienced the pain. All right?
No, I'm not
making a point.
Okay, yeah, I did.
I'm not getting snipped. I mean, I would.
Easy, man.
I will.
I know I wasn't going to have my wife get her tube tied because it's such an invasive surgery. And I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Oh, I didn't like it.
I didn't say I liked it. There's a difference in liking it.
It's a small slice of misery.
Right.
But I can't imagine going to a DNC and going, hey, why don't you go ahead and do this to me? Why don't you fix me?
And then I'll
a dog.
Then I'll still attend the DNC.
For the weekend, you watch all the Lord of the Rings extended cuts.
But that's the thing.
Just
You're
sit.
there at the DNC. You just paid to go to Chicago to be a part of this, and you're going to be in pain the whole time? That's crazy.
Free snip. Well, we've got to endure the pain because of the pain of the people of Gaza.
It's not wonderful.
It's not.
No,
I mean, it's
now
easy,
you
but
say
it's not
every
wonderful.
3.5 hours. I'm thinking like every 37 minutes I'm putting something else in to keep the pain away if I'm getting that done.
Goodness. Yeah.
I think most of them are on drugs anyway, so they probably don't care.
I just can't imagine associating with any person
Look
that
at
is
the mass.
there.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
You
just
don't
I've got
love
to that
Palestine, Carlos, if you don't get it cut today for me.
I mean, I'm 2.5 years removed from my daughter and my wife getting mad at me at the airport because every single time I saw somebody in a mask, I went, ah! And they're like, would you stop? Seriously, would you stop? And I was like, it's like, what? It doesn't do anything. They're just wearing it for show because they're dumb and compliant. And yet, here they are out there, and they're not doing it for anything other than to hide their identity.
Right. It's like wearing your favorite team's hat.
Yes,
That's all it is. It's a show of unity.
This is my red badge of courage.
Yeah.
This is my Braves hat that I'm going to wear at my DNC rally. Here I'm going to be outside. Got to make sure I got my N95 so you know that I'm down for the struggle, and I'm right there with you.
What do you think? Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3 Chicago braces.
I can't get COVID, by the way.
Incredible protests. Right now?
No, ever.
Ever, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I just want to make that clear.
Well,
That's why I get a little
because
me neither, I don't think.
We were having some work done at our house, and the guy, he was like, just got over COVID. He was like, I won't come in if you don't want me to. And I was like, come on, man.
Come
what are
on
you
in,
talking
man.
about?
I had a person I met over the weekend, new parent, new team, and she had a cold, and as I kind of like put my hand out to shake it, she goes, I'm sorry, I've been coughing a lot into my hands. And I go, okay, well, fist bump. And she fist bump, and I go, by the way, it doesn't bother me one bit because I swim in raw sewage. I gave her the George Carlin line. I'm like, can't touch me. It's fine.
Nothing you can do. Morning Xtra. Donald Trump is looking at Pennsylvania, and it is looking ripe for the picking, especially when most people in Pennsylvania know that their governor was overlooked, mainly because of who he is.
This is the battleground state you need to watch. This is the one that's going to decide the race. If there's any state that they want, like I know Kamala goes to every state and tells everybody it comes through here. The truth is it's going to come through Pennsylvania. They are neck and neck in Pennsylvania, but I think Donald Trump actually has more momentum there and actually has more voters there. And Trump knows right now I could flip PA. I can make sure that I win it this time, unlike how it fell apart for him in 2020. And in reality, when we hear a lot of stories out of Pennsylvania, we should understand why. But I think that they realize there are a lot of disenfranchised Democrats there, people who might be more moderate, who say, well, I depended on the steel industry. I depend on some of these hardworking industries that we're working on. And the Democratic Party seems to be going away from that. They're attacking that more. Yeah, they're making Sean Fain and all the heads of the unions rich. But at the same time, we watched U.S. Steel get sold out. They talk about creating American jobs, and they sold to a Japanese company. Trump knows that he could flip this election. That's why they are working so hard there. He's done more events there than anywhere else, and more money on both sides is being spent in Pennsylvania.
Well, it's an automatic win for Trump if the South holds the way it looks like it's going to hold. If he wins Pennsylvania, more than likely it's going to be over. And so that's why it is so highly contested, because Kamala has to hold Pennsylvania and she has to hold the Rust Belt states. And those are states that quite honestly, Donald Trump won in 2016, was very competitive in 2020, even with the election interference and cheating. But outside of that sort of stuff, so when you look at what Pennsylvania is, the reason why it's so wacky that she didn't go with Governor Josh Shapiro, she's got to feel like, man, if I do this, I'm going to lose Michigan. That state becomes so key to everything that's going to happen in the next 90 days.
They've not given up on Georgia, though, because we're about to get a big ad buy here on Xtra from Kamala's campaign.
Yep.
So when you hear Kamala's ads running up, please realize we have nothing to do with it, and we can't say
legally
no.
We have to sell to both.
That's exactly right. So get ready for this barrage.
Can't wait to get that first tweet.
TV
Why
show.
do I hear all about Kamala Harris?
Everything you watch on local news, everything you watch on any of the local network stations, they're going to be bombarded with Kamala Harris, and this station will be as well.
And you know what? That's fine, because that means we'll have access to the commercials so we can play them and break them apart for her and make sure that you know that.
We'll gladly take her money.
Vote for Joy. Joy dish soap is good to drink too. I can't wait to hear what she's going to put out there. But again, I'm not worried about her. Don't get mad at us. I'm glad you brought that up, because we have no choice but to do this. But yeah, Georgia is going to be, it could come down to Georgia again. It could come down to Georgia again, but Pennsylvania is going to be the one place that you have a good opportunity to win. And when Trump wins Pennsylvania, because right now the numbers show he is getting a lot of votes in the Pennsylvania. I mean, his rally this weekend was ridiculously big, and again, these are areas where I think he probably won Pennsylvania the first time. Sorry, I'm going to say it. I think it was stolen and rigged from him there as well, but it could come down to Georgia again. So I'm glad you brought that up, because they're coming here, they're going to Pennsylvania. It's going to be a back and forth. She's coming to Savannah. JD Vance is coming this week. This is on Thursday night. He's going to be here. So I think Georgia, Pennsylvania, they're the two big ones.
I don't think Georgia's going to be in play, in part because of what we've done with our elections. Whereas Pennsylvania, remember, they have early voting to the point where you can have as much as 60-70% of the vote already done before we even get near Election Day.
Yeah.
So you can play a lot of games there.
Before you get to hear from the actual candidates in any sort of
There is a lot of games you can play when you have that amount of early voting. Now, again, we have our 3 weeks, but we're talking 3 weeks. They can do basically the better part of 60 days.
Yeah.
You know, it's a different game that gets to be played where you go, oh, look, more ballots coming in. We got to count all these up. All right. So that's the one thing that I would say the difference in Georgia and Pennsylvania. I think you can play more games when you have that much more time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think the Democrats think Georgia's in play. I don't think we do. We think, I think this state is as red as can be. I think just like Florida, they're saying now too, Florida's in play. No way Florida's in play. That's red. I think Georgia's red. I don't think there's any purple going on here again. You're going to always have it in the cities. Look, Savannah, Macon, Columbus, some of these areas, a lot of that voting comes from there. But again, I think they've really upset a lot of the low-income communities in those areas, and I don't think they realize how upset they are. We saw it when they convicted Donald Trump here. We saw the people lining in the street for him. I saw downtown Atlanta, I saw the most diverse crowd I think I've ever seen at a Trump rally when they did it at GSU. So I think that they are misguided in this. Pennsylvania is going to be the place we need to watch more than anything else. Pennsylvania, Ohio is going to be fun to watch, but Pennsylvania is the one that's going to win this election.
I still, right now, until I'm proven wrong, I still think Georgia leans red. I don't think that it is a. I don't think it's blood red. I think it leans red.
It's 4 to 6% is what the number is when it comes to registered voters. You have to have them turn out because the only reason why Herschel Walker, depending on. I've heard a lot of the compelling data as far as what Google did to get involved in that.
Oh, for sure.
And turning that election. But if you just want to go straight by the numbers, Republicans felt comfortable voting for Brian Kemp and not voting for Herschel Walker. I don't believe you're going to see that when it comes to Donald Trump. There's a lot more love for Donald Trump than there was with that ad campaign for Herschel Walker.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I believe that too. And you know what? Trump knows this. He says it's easier to beat her than Joe Biden, especially in Pennsylvania. That's Joe's stamp. That's his area. That's his backyard. It's not hers. They don't like her there.
No, he brags about how Philadelphia, even though obviously he wasn't from that state, but the fact that he could campaign and he could get so much money out of Pennsylvania, namely Philadelphia, and that would help carry him to victory in his home state. Again, that's his backyard, and he ain't there this time around.
Kamala doesn't have that.
No, and every commercial needs to be Kamala talking about banning fracking, because that's the industry that in Pennsylvania, more than anything else, they don't want to see that go. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see the steel industry destroyed the way they have. I think, the personal attacks, you don't need to. What you need to do is say, hey, this is how she wants to destroy your livelihoods here in Pennsylvania.
I think you should also maybe take the words of a man named Milton Friedman, because he was an esteemed economist, won the 1976 Nobel Peace Prize in Economic Sciences, and he, like you and I, realized what's happening with Comrade Kamala. You know what? We've not been able to do that, and we've spent more than we've ever spent, $37 trillion. And then you have Comrade Kamala talking about adding trillions more with giving first-generation home buyers $25,000 that will just increase. It'll just increase the desire to buy a home and still have the same level of an amount of homes available. So that's going to create the supply and demand problem. And then, of course, when you talk about just the possibility of price controls, all you have to do is listen to Milton Friedman.
What do you think so we heard about the 7,500 credit if you go to EV. What do you think the 25,000 credit is going to mean to you? What kind of things will you have to put in your house? Oh, definitely not a gas stove. Can't have that in
Not
there.
allowed.
Oh, you've got to have solar panels. You've got to have this. What do you think the incentives for you to be able to get that 25,000 are going to be? Because I'll tell you right now, what it's going to do is raise the cost of home building. So not only are they going to add the $25,000 into the price of an older home, any of the new homes, the ones they're building, think about the prices they're going to have when they attack the corporations like a Home Depot, like any of them that create lumber, building materials, those kind of things, which most of them are made from petroleum now. So I just don't understand where people can't just break this down and understand it in the way that, guys, they're just taking money from the rich and giving it to the poor. It's another redistribution, and it's not going to work again.
Are you trying to tell me that there's going to be catches with that $25,000?
Of course.
Not only is it going to blow up the supply and demand, just the balance of supply and demand, there's also going to be requirements the government would attach.
Look at their weather authorization program.
What?
Go look at the weather authorization program. They'll give you tax benefits if you do this in your house, but they get to own a part of your house.
How about the old Inflation Reduction Act? I wonder when people are going to start talking about that, because it did nothing but increase inflation, make inflation.
The IRS
they don't call that
Enhancement Act.
What's that?
The IRS Enhancement Act.
They don't call it that anymore.
Yeah, this is
they
a
call
Green
it. Look, that was so bad. They now call it the climate bill.
That's right. Which is what they wouldn't call it.
Which is what they
knew
hid.
they couldn't get.
They were trying to hide it in there. That was the pork, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, inflation ain't coming down. Let's call it climate change."
Morning Extra, Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Call them at 877-9-SOUTHERN. SouthernExteriors.co is their website. What? SouthernExteriors.co is their website. When we come back, RNC Strategic Communications Director joins us on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you unedited news, information, and updates. With an all-star lineup of local and network voices, Extra is committed to being the station you need during the biggest election of our lifetime.
This presidential election is unlike any other.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3 FM, and listen across Georgia on the Extra app.
Have you ever wondered about what kind of maintenance you should do to your home, what kind of care you should give your property? The preventative maintenance that will keep your property looking great and its value as high as it can be. You can get home tips on home maintenance from Bradley. He works at Southern Exteriors. Home maintenance, just like car maintenance. And Bradley, in this video, if you go to the Facebook page, facebook.com/Southern Exteriors CO. You heard me right. Southern Exteriors CO. He's got valuable tips on how to care for your home, drawing the parallel to the importance of regular car maintenance. Just as you wouldn't skip an oil change, regularly maintain your home for crucial property value reasons. You just want to make sure that your property is well manicured, well taken care of, so your biggest investment stays with the same value it has, or it increases. That's the difference in owning a home and owning a car, because a car, of course, is a depreciating value, and your home is your biggest investment, the one that will help you through retirement one day. So check it all out, how to avoid those costly repairs and how to keep your home in top shape. They've done over 200,000 projects at Southern Exteriors, and they can do yours today. They will look you in the eye, shake your hand, and do exactly what they say they'll do. They'll have an on-site foreman, so if you have any questions or anything that just doesn't look the way that you thought it was going to, or happen the way you thought it was going to, can be answered right then, right there. SouthernExteriors.co. It's SouthernExteriors.co.
Foundation repair isn't pretty, but at Atlanta Ramjack, we make it easy. If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with the repair. Why call us? Foundation repair is all we do. We have highly trained estimators that will thoroughly evaluate your home and only recommend what is needed. If you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPSETC.com.
You're out with friends and a few drinks becomes a few too many and you decide to drive anyway. What's the worst that can happen? Drive sober or get pulled over.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-280-2288. That's 800-280-2288. 800-280-2288.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, August 19th. Georgia's state election board is meeting again today to vote on more proposals to keep our elections safe. The board is set to vote on a proposal to make sure ballots are counted and they make sure the number of ballots match those recorded by voting machines. Democrat activists and Brad Raffensperger call the plan misguided and would undermine voter confidence if they knew they were double-checking results. We are 78 days away from Election Day on November 5th, but today is the first day that voters can request absentee ballots. According to state law, all registered voters in Georgia are eligible to request and cast an absentee ballot for any reason. Only about 6% of all Georgia voters returned absentee ballots in the midterm elections compared to 26% during COVID. Voters will still have to wait several weeks before they receive the ballots from the Secretary of State's office. And in sports, Ramon Laureano homered for the second straight game for the Atlanta Braves as they wrapped up their 10-game road trip with a 3-1 win over the Los Angeles Angels yesterday. Charlie Morton struck out 7 in 5 1/3 innings in the win. The Braves, who sit 7 games back of the Phillies in the NL East, will come home to take on the Phillies in a 3-game set that begins tomorrow night. You can catch all that action starting tomorrow on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors. You can find them on the web at southernexteriors.co. You heard me right, southernexteriors.co. If you want to call them, you can call them at 8779-SOUTHERN. It's 8779-SOUTHERN. We welcome Tommy Piggott to the show. He is the RNC Strategic Communication Director. Tommy, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Of course. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. With the DNC going on starting tonight, what do you expect to hear first out of them? Because it's got to be something to do with January 6th, abortion, or any of the other, buzzword and emotional type things that they always talk about, and probably going to be very, very light on anything to do with the economy with the fallout of this whole price control thing.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that they're starting off with Joe Biden tonight, which I think is a reminder that Kamala Harris owns Joe Biden's record. She can't run from it. She can't escape from it. The White House communications director was on MSNBC today and said point blank that Kamala Harris was the partner in all of these governing decisions that led to the worst border crisis in U.S. history, weakened us on the world stage, led to an economy in shambles. Importantly, they can't run on the economy. They can't run on the border. They can't run on foreign policy. So I expect them to flat out lie about that. But the record speaks for itself, and I think you're exactly right to point out that price controls fallout. It's been such a disaster for her, one of her first policy proposals, and she goes full communist. I mean, there's no other way to put it. But they can't really run on policy, so I expect lies, and I expect smears at the other side.
So tonight is night one, and I believe the talk is that we're going to talk about the threat to democracy. And at the same time, you have Joe Biden, who received 14 million votes, a little over 14 million votes, to be that Democratic nominee. And yet they're going to talk about a threat to democracy. How do Republicans strategically talk about this tomorrow and throughout the evening today about what they're going to hear tonight from the DNC?
Well, specifically on that, I think you just brought up the contrast that's so important here. They claim to be the party of democracy, but they're anything but. They literally threw out 14 million of their own primary votes to install a Democrat nominee. 5 or 6 people telling the rest of the party who to vote for. That is the opposite of democracy, and yet that's exactly what you see on the Democrat side of the aisle. I mean, and let's also not forget the fact that Democrats have literally tried to kick President Trump off of the ballot. They've tried to throw him in jail. They've tried to weaponize every institution against President Trump, as well against conservatives across the country, against parents concerned at school board meetings, against pro-life Americans. They've tried censorship, coordinating with the big tech companies to censor information. That is the opposite of democracy. And I think the American people see that, and calling out that hypocrisy from the Democrats, calling out that the opposite of what they sell themselves to be, is going to be incredibly important.
Considering that when we watched the RNC last month, you had a whole lot of regular people, just average Americans, who were getting up on stage and talking about their experiences over the last 4 years and the economy that they experienced under Donald Trump versus this one. I firmly believe we're going to get a whole lot of make-a-believe. It's always the joke that we call it, make-a-believe, over the next couple of days. And I think that's going to be able to highlight when you start to have these people get on stage and tell you how wonderful things are. I think it makes for perfect campaign fodder for Donald Trump and for anybody else who's running down ballot.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite the contrast between a Republican National Convention, which really highlighted, like you said, everyday Americans, because we're the party of everyday Americans. We're the party of the grassroots. We're the party of the people, versus Democrats who are relying increasingly on quote-unquote influencers or celebrities to try to get out there and convince people and try to deny reality. And I think it is going to be trying to put on a show, try to distract people from the fact that the economy is worse now under Kamala Harris. The border is the worst case it's ever been in U.S. history under Kamala Harris. Foreign policy, we see our enemies emboldened under Kamala Harris. And I think you're exactly right to point out that the big problem they have when they try to lie and they try to distract people is the reality does not match what they're saying. People know the reality every single time they go to the grocery store and they see food prices up close to 30% under Kamala Harris. That's a reality they see day in and day out. And then for Kamala Harris to come in and literally suggest a communist policy, and that's the liberal Washington Post calling it that, not the RNC, not the Trump campaign. Liberal Washington Post has called this a communist policy. It shows that they have no ideas that have ever worked to suggest to the American people. They're going to the worst policy ideas in human history, really, to try to present to the American people, and the American people aren't going to buy it.
Tommy Pickett is the Strategic Communications Director for the RNC, joining us on the Morning Xtra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. I said this earlier, Tommy. When I look at the people gathering at the DNC, and I don't mean any of the politicians, I mean the people outside of the DNC, the hundreds of thousands that are supposed to be there to picket and riot and tear up. And I think when Americans look at that, they don't see themselves reflected in what those people are doing. I don't understand how the Democrats don't see that. How can you help me understand it?
I really can't. And what's worse is that Kamala Harris is listening to those people that are protesting outside the convention. I mean, just listen to what she's done recently. She has met with pro-Hamas groups. She has suggested openness to an arms embargo of Israel, an arms embargo of Israel. I mean, so Kamala Harris sees those protesters. She sees the policies of the far-left squad, and now she's elevating them to be the central platform of the Democrat Party. She is the farthest left presidential candidate ever to be put up on a national ticket. Without any exception. I mean, and then you have Tim Walz, who is similarly dangerous to the liberals. So the two of them together, it's the farthest left ticket in general to ever be put up on the national level. It's really, she has a dangerous to liberal record. She's elevating these far left voices. And it's astonishing to me that when it comes to these anti-Israel policies that she's supporting, she hasn't expressed an openness to reinstating maximum pressure on Iran. That's what we should be doing. But instead of putting pressure on Iran, stopping that regime from funding their terrorist proxies, she is betraying our ally and expressing openness to an arms embargo. It's the exact opposite of what we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Barack Obama sending $1.7 trillion in cash, I mean, it's hard to get on Iran at that point. But Tommy, I'm Jewish. I grew up Jewish. My family's Jewish. And one thing I always said is similar to what Donald Trump said. I think you're crazy if you vote liberal and you're Jewish. Don't understand it. I know he's going to get a lot harder of a time for it, but when I watch what's going to happen over the next few days, I know what it is. It's anti-Semitism. To me, it looks like they have supported anti-Semitism. So why is Donald Trump getting such a hard time? And how do you communicate that, hey, look, this is hate, this is anti-Semitism, and you should have your head examined if you vote for them?
Well, I think the first thing is to call it out. We've seen Republicans do that, whether it's by bringing those university presidents before Congress and calling out their refusal to stand up to anti-Semitism, whether it's calling out the protests themselves, whether it's calling out the fact that these far-left protests are trying to have religious tests for people to enter certain parts of campuses. In the United States of America, I mean, it's completely outrageous. So calling it out, standing up to that. And then I think it's also making sure that we call out the Democrats for refusing to stand up to it. And quite the opposite. Many Democrats are actually meeting with these far-left radicals, really promoting the anti-Semitism in their own party, which is so disgusting and so outrageous. And yet they continue to do it. There's only one party that is committed to combating anti-Semitism, only one party that's committed to standing with Israel, and that's the Republican Party. And I think what we're actually seeing, according to recent polls, is that many Jewish Americans are becoming Republicans. We're seeing Jewish Americans supporting President Trump in these polls at levels unseen in many, many decades for a Republican. And we believe that's going to continue because the Republican Party has a message about combating anti-Semitism, standing with our ally Israel, and then has a message for all Americans about economic prosperity, a message to secure the border, and a message for a strong America that stands with our allies and has a secure and peaceful world.
Do you do a media buy for those areas? I mean, if I were, and as a Jew, I talked about this earlier, when I saw Tim Walz marching stormtroopers down a street, telling people to get inside, and then shooting those people with paintball guns, boy, that brought up memories of my studies of the Holocaust and Nazi Germany. Do you do ad buys in New York and certain other Jewish areas where you know Jews are prevalent and will see it?
Well, we've launched a Trump campaign and RNC, Jewish Americans for Trump Coalition, which is part of building that grassroots effort. We're going to have specific ad buys that are really targeting these battleground states, but we are reaching out to Jewish American voters. We're building that coalition. There's a series of people that are involved in that effort that have endorsed that effort, prominent Jewish Americans and Jewish Republicans that are standing up and saying we need to support President Trump. And so we expect that momentum to continue, and we're really dedicated to reaching out to Jewish Americans to get that message out there. And when it comes to Tim Walz, Tim Walz praised an anti-Semitic person in Minnesota. I don't even know what the proper term is to use to describe him. It's not a preacher. It's not
He's a cleric.
Religious leader. That's some of the
he was a Muslim
cleric. Him. Yeah, Muslim cleric. But it's like some really heinous rhetoric from this man that Walz praised. They have a terrible record, and it needs to be called out.
RNC Strategic Communications Director Tommy Pigott is our guest here on the Morning Extra. Something that is different about this time around versus 2020. Obviously, with Elon Musk getting involved with X, buying the platform, it is now the most popular news platform in the entire world. How much of a help is that, not having to worry about the censorship that we saw in 2020 when you're looking to turn around Democrat messages from the DNC and quickly get that out to the public when they say something a little bit wild over the next several nights?
Well, it's really a shame that it's even a discussion we have to have. Unfortunately, we see other big tech platforms that still have massive censorship. Right after the assassination attempt, for example, Facebook's AI was labeling pictures of the assassination attempt as doctored images, pictures showing President Trump with his fist in the air and the American flag in the background. We've seen other AI platforms do the same, call the assassination attempt a fictional event. So we continue to see reported censorship from big tech platforms that we are calling out. If you go to Google, for example, and for the longest time, if you were to type in the assassination attempt of President TR, you would get Truman as your suggested result instead of Trump. We're seeing this censorship across many of these big tech platforms, but having a platform like X where you can actually get the truth out there is incredibly important. And it's a shame that in today's America, we're having a discussion about a fair platform being the unique example of a platform that's operating. All platforms should be fair. There shouldn't be the censorship. There shouldn't be this election interference. So it's incredibly important to have those free spaces. It's incredibly important to have a platform where you can get your message out there. It's incredibly important to getting through the bias of the mainstream media that we see in the traditional fake news media. And we're also seeing, based off of that recent X space with Elon Musk and President Trump, it was the most successful X space in history, close to 1 billion impressions of either that interview itself or discussion around the interview. So we're seeing the ability to reach people across the country, reach people directly with the facts and the figures they need, and we're able to cut through the fake news that is doing so much work to try to cover for Kamala Harris.
Final thought here with Tommy Pigott. He is the Strategic Communications Director for the RNC. Lay out Georgia for me, because we had this discussion on the show earlier, that we feel like Georgia's good for Trump. What does Team Trump see in Georgia? What do they expect out of Georgia? Because Kamala is about to spend money, a boatload of money on this station as a conservative station to try to sway some people, I suppose. I don't know that that'll work. How does Team Trump look at Georgia?
Well, we're looking at Georgia as an incredibly important state. We believe President Trump is going to win Georgia, that he has the advantage. In Georgia, there was a recent rally in Atlanta where you saw the crowds that President Trump was able to pull without any sort of celebrities needing to be the draw for people to show up. He was able to pull those crowds just because people wanted to join this movement to save America. President Trump has also invested heavily in the state of Georgia, both from a ground game perspective, but also an ad buy perspective. We've seen those investments being placed. So President Trump and the Trump campaign is extremely committed to Georgia. We're building out that unprecedented ground game in Georgia, that election integrity operation in Georgia. And we're also, President Trump's been to Georgia. He's going to continue to go to Georgia. So the plan is to really focus on winning Georgia. And like I said, we believe we have the advantage there, and that President Trump is going to come out ahead in November.
We certainly hope that's the case. Tommy, thank you so much for taking the time with us this morning.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. You're always welcome. Fascinating conversation. We can come back and talk about some of the things that he said and to discuss, get into maybe a little bit of Georgia, some of the other things that he said that I wrote down notes on. And we will make comedy funny again. Only the government can do everything so poorly. You have to hear this piece of audio. It will make you chuckle as we head into the Glenn Beck program next.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
I'll tell you what, let's go back to Donald Trump again. He's taking maybe some different issue.
American, and she went to a historically black college.
Oh, what race is she?
How is she only recently deciding to be black?
Well, you'll have to ask her that question because she's the one that said it. I didn't say it. So you'll have to ask her.
Good.
And I very much appreciate that question, but you'll have to ask her.
Excellent.
But I've known her for a long time. I actually contributed to her campaign a long time ago because I was a developer. I contributed to lots of campaigns.
Like you, Kimmer. Stop. Just stop.
Some were liberal and some were conservative, but you'll have to ask her about that.
Let it go.
To me, it doesn't matter. But to her, from her standpoint, I think it's very disrespectful to both, really. Whether it's Indian or black, I think it's very disrespectful.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
All right, it stops right there, and it starts right here. Hey, it's front office lows for Howard Brothers and Skag. This is what I'm asking you, because we're getting near the end of lawn season. We're probably looking at about 6 more weeks or so. What have you been doing all summer? All right, have you been taking care of your yard with Skag Power Equipment? Because if you went over to Howard Brothers and went ahead and got yourself some Skag Power Equipment, then you know that you've had a really good long season. From residential yards to expansive commercial landscapes, Skag mowers deliver you top-notch performance and reliability with every single cut. Again, we've got a few weeks left. Don't wait. Now is the time. Hey, you're getting near the end of the season. That mower of yours is not doing the job anymore. Head over to Howard Brothers. Get yourself a Skag mower. They have you covered from your trusted local dealer. Howard Brothers has the expert advice and the friendly service. They can explain to you how to use your equipment and also how to maintain your equipment. Make sure that as we get to the end of lawn season, that your lawn becomes the envy of the neighborhood for the end of this season. And as we get into next season, the grass is always greener when you take care of it with Skag and with Howard Brothers.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, everybody, it's Neil Bortz, an actual attorney spokesperson for Van Sant Law. Notice the heavy traffic out there? Yep, school's back in session. Things can happen. Sometimes people aren't that careful. Maybe an accident. But David Van Sant, he's there to help smooth the way for you if somebody you love gets hurt. Call Van Sant Law at 855-GA-INJURY. 855-GA-INJURY. First call after 9/11, Van Sant Law. 855-GA-INJURY.
Blow on energy? Struggling with inflammation and poor digestion? Try Encapsulate 6 Mushroom Blend and get back in the game. Our blend is specially formulated to promote overall wellness and maximize health benefits using 6 powerful functional mushrooms. Our science-forward approach offers the most potent and bioavailable mushroom supplement on the market, backed by third-party testing to ensure safety and efficacy. Order online on Amazon or encapsulateusa.com today to start your journey to better living. Enter promo code 680 for $10 off.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Xtra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
A beach trip turned car breakdown is a drag, man. You and your family jamming to the tunes, feeling the groove, then bam, your car's dead. Major bummer, man. Seriously, summer can be brutal to your air conditioning, your radiator, your electrical components of your car. An AC compressor can cost over $900. Condenser can be $800. So shield yourself from the expensive car repairs. Car shield yourself like I have with all of my ranch trucks. CarShield gets its A rating from the Better Business Bureau by doing just what they say they're going to do. Their experienced phone representatives will answer your questions and set you up with an affordable plan that fits your financial needs. Ask them about services like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options. If your car is 20 years old or newer, call 800-227-6100. Get 20% off 800-227-6100 or visit carshield.com/Beck. Coverage varies by plans. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 106.3 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10, then the Glenn Beck program here on Extra 106.3. He is on from 10 until noon, and you'll hear first from the Daily Wire culture reporter, Megan Basham. They'll be talking about how George Soros is actually trying to infiltrate your church. Not just your elections, but your church too, and using a whole lot of money to get it done. Just be aware. That's what Beck will be talking about. Quickly before we get to the making comedy great again, because there's a comedian that is so funny in the delivery about President Trump's attempted assassination. And I know that's not supposed to be funny, but when you hear what this man says, I guarantee you'll get a chuckle out of it. I want to go back to Tommy Pigott real quick, because he said a whole bunch of things that I thought stood out. But his fact that he believes that Georgia is a done deal actually makes me kind of nervous.
Yeah, well, it should. I mean, I don't want to think anything's a done deal. Today's the first day for, getting absentee ballots. We know the Democrats' tricks. We know what they're doing with the state election board and how they're looking to really stop the checking of votes and do all this. So I don't know if Georgia really is. I mean, there's a lot of blue in this city. We already know about the problems we had in Fulton County with elections. But I think there should be optimism, because I think a lot of the people here, Carlos brought up a good point. I think we're really, a lot more red than we were. And I think you brought that up as well, Tug, that you see it. I don't think we're as purple as people think.
No, I think we lean right.
Yeah,
I think we lean red.
I think that if they weren't so concerned, this being the other side, then you wouldn't see all the anger towards the Georgia election board.
That's right. No, yeah. But,
like they're at war against that group for trying to tighten up elections and trying to look into what's going on. The minute you hear two words that Rhino has been very adamant about, paper ballot, they immediately go, "Oh God, no, no!"
Or double counting, or counting again to double check the results.
But when y'all hear Kamala Harris is going to be spending money on Extra 106.3, like whose mind is she going to change that listens to this station? I don't believe anybody.
I told you give me $10,000 for like a 2-week run, and I'll be the biggest Kamala cheerleader.
Right? No, but
Kamala's the greatest.
It's not going in our pocket.
But no. Yeah, but here's the thing though: when y'all hear her taking out ads, it's one of two things. They feel like they have to spend the money because they're behind, or B, they feel like they're in a good position and they want to further it.
Well, the benefit of spending money here and where she's going to spend it, you're trying to reach the people that are paying attention, and that's our audience, and our audience is not 100% Republican, 100% conservative.
No,
it just isn't. And so if you're just trying to reinforce a message, if anything, if I was going to spend money, I would be saying this. My biggest threat right now is that the Democrat stays home.
Yeah.
I've got to motivate them to show up for me, because staying home makes more sense right now.
I mean, I guess her idea is she's going to try to get to Liberal John. We already know what Liberal John's going to do. But in their mind, there's a bunch of Jeff Duncans listening to this channel. And I don't think there are. There are some that would, question whether or not. But I think when it comes to reality, they're the critical thinkers that we know will look at the economy, will look at the issues we're really facing in this country, and make the right decision and choose more of a fighter for this country, which is in Donald Trump. It's not going to be in Kamala Harris. And she can buy and spend and waste her money here. But there are two states that she's really working hard in. She's doing a bus tour in Pennsylvania, and she's going to be back in Georgia as much as she possibly can. And so is Donald Trump.
I still remember back when I was doing a whole lot more of the podcasting, and we would get to 2020, we would get to 2022, 2018, 2016, And they would do those big buys on what they would essentially do is, here, I've got $10,000. Put me on the top 50 podcasts in the country in terms of listenership within this demographic. And I would just get the emails and the tweets and everything else. Why do you have ads for Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or
Stacey
Kamala Harris or
Abrams?
Stacey Abrams? Oh, those were really prevalent. Or
me and Rhino used to get those calls.
You name it. Like John Ossoff, like, how do you have all those ads? I'm like, I don't have anything to do with it. It populates, and that's, in this case, it's the same concept. Legally, this is what we're going to be doing, but it's being bought that way because they want to try and enhance their opportunity in this state.
No, man. I'm trying to, in my own head, figure out what they're doing. Do they feel like it's a lost cause, or they don't feel good about it, so we're going to spend a boatload of money, or they feel it's up in the air, and if they spend the money, then it is, a possibility that they could flip or keep Georgia purple.
I'll ask you this question in this way. If, let's say you had $1 million, all right? Tug, you got $1 million. If you could spend $5,000 to ensure your success in radio, would you do it?
Oh my gosh, yes.
And if you had to spend another $5,000 to ensure your success in another market, would you do it?
100%.
That's the Democrats. They have so much money that it's just
fair point.
Let's just do this to give ourselves a chance in any marketplace. It's never going to be, well, we can only assign so much to these places. No, they have plenty of cash, so they're going to apply it all over the place.
And they want to continue to make cash. And they want to be able to use that cash for down ballot races and everywhere else because they know they're not going to win down ballot either. So a lot of that is going to be to try to get it a whole idea of joy down ballot, and that's why they're continuing to do that.
Tug making $1 million a year is not concerned about spending $5,000 to insure this or $5,000 to insure that. That's just they just have so much cash that they're willing to be like, hey, it gives us a better chance. Let's do it.
And it's like the government in general, right? I mean, the more that they budget or the more that they bring in, the more they can ask for next time because they're going to continue to ask for it. It's kind of like, the federal government's like, hey, we got all this budget. We got to get, we got to get rid of this money. We got to get rid of it. We'll buy computers and keep them in a storage unit until then. Because next year we got to ask for the same amount or more.
We're making comedy great again. Nobody could screw up an assassination attempt like the government. So good.
So not straight.
There we go.
It's not Shane Gillis, but it's not bad either.
By golly, close, man. Shane Gillis is probably the champion of it.
Yeah, he's the champion of the.
That's not bad.
Of the Trump impression.
And I thought he summarized it well. Like when you think about how bad that was, and you look at all the details, you're like, wait a minute. The government had to be involved. It can't be that bad.
Can't be that bad.
I mean, surely.
I mean, if this was November 1963 when we were much more on top of our game, Trump would be dead.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we've really fallen off on all things. As I said, the one thing we used to be able to do really well is blow S
What's
up.
his name?
We don't do that anymore.
People are asking.
Shoot. Let me go back to it. Hang on. Stand by.
It's like we don't do even the assassinations that well anymore.
Dude, it's terrible.
The CIA is really falling off.
Yeah, we'll share it. We'll share it and post it.
By the way, Mike Arnold replied earlier, they couldn't build but 7 charging stations, and they want to build 3 million homes. I doubt it.
Yeah, not going to happen. No way that's happening.
The track record isn't so good.
Yeah, no.
On anything, including assassinations. That'll do it for us. Going to turn this thing over to the Glenn Beck program. Glad that you're here, and we appreciate you taking the time to join us, to care about the things that are being discussed, to care about this country and where it's headed. Because it seems like it is a long and dangerous, deadly path that we're on. And that's why it's so important that you're involved, and we appreciate it. Stay in touch with us at Xtra1063 across the social media platforms. And anytime you want to reach out at 404-741-1230, you're absolutely welcome to do it. We love hearing from you. For Rhino, for Los, and Board Up Goey Virgin River, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now, yeah?
The Kimmer Show is only live on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. Barry tweets, Brioni Page